Chapter 2591 The Fallen Old God. 1,000-armed Buddha! The various cultivators stared at Futian. Not only did he transform into 1,000-armed Buddha, but frightening sword will could also be sensed emanating from every single one of his arms. The sword will loomed over the entire Futian city. A terrifying aura descended as 1,000 arms blocked out the sun. Right at the same time when the aura pressed down, 10,000 blades of light materialized in the sky. All the blades of light were carefully calibrated. They ignored the long distance and shot out in different directions precisely. These divine blades of light that could negate distance were undoubtedly the boundless swords. The sound of swords penetrating through flesh could be heard continuously from various locations in Futian city. Sword will rampaged while screams of agony filled the sky. In an instant, more than 10,000 people were penetrated by sword will and were killed on the spot. However, at the same time, astonishing auras were unleashed at a few different locations. These powerful auras each covered an area, blocking off the sword will that was imbued with killing intent. Every single aura in each area was extremely shocking. The terrifying auras of the Great Path permeated the space, causing the cultivators' hearts in Futian city to tremble violently. The auras belonged to Tribulation Plane cultivators. A few of them had finally intervened. Most of these Tribulation Plane cultivators who stepped up were the heads of the vassal forces of the Futian clan. One by one, figures dashed towards different parts of the city from the spot where the cultivators of the 6 major ancient god clans were. The cultivators appeared in various spots of the city. Even the 6 giant-level figures spread out, and did not gather together. Soon, the 6 giant-level figures stood guard in 6 different locations in Futian city. 4 of them stood at the 4 cardinal directions while 2 of them guarded the sky and the ground. It seemed like they intended to cut off all the routes which Futian could use to escape. In the center, cultivators who had undergone the first stage of the divine tribulation of the Great Path filled the gap. The crowd in Futian city was amazed when they saw this scene. Clearly, the cultivators did not move randomly on their own. Their organized movements were the result of the discussion among the 6 major ancient god clans. Before this, they had been communicating through transmitted thoughts. They were certainly discussing how to handle Futian. Clearly, they had reached a conclusion. The cultivators of the 6 major ancient god clans joined forces and spread out in different areas of the city. They divided the city into different sections. Everyone, set up your domains of the Great Path. Make sure to cover the entire city. We will keep him where he is, the lord of the Futian clan instructed coldly. Obviously, they did not choose to remove the seal they placed on the city. Instead, they divided the city into sections and planned to carry out a human wave attack. Regardless of where Futian went, he would enter into one of the cultivators' Great Path domains. Each cultivator only needed to hold him back for a moment. After that, they would come closer and further limit Futian's mobility. By repeating these 2 steps several times, the cultivators would eventually be able to push Futian into a tight spot where he could no longer retaliate. Their strategy did not guarantee the lives of the other cultivators. However, to kill Futian, they would rather sacrifice a group of cultivators from the Divine Prefecture. This time, they would not let Futian escape again. The crowd in Futian city was shocked. Futian alone had actually forced all the Tribulation Plane cultivators from the 6 major ancient god clan to be mobilized to besiege him. Even though Futian was only a level 9 Renhuang, his combat ability was astonishing. He could defeat cultivators who had undergone the first divine tribulation of the Great Path. Moreover, he was proficient in the Buddhist superpower celerity. Other cultivators could not capture his movements at all. The giant-level figures of all 6 major ancient god clans were around, but Futian avoided facing them head-on with his swift movements. It seemed like the strategy that the lord of the Futian clan employed now was the only technique that could defeat Futian. In different directions, terrifying auras were unleashed. Different domains of the Great Path were set up to cover different areas. The cultivators were truly dividing Futian city up into sections. The lord of the Futian clan cast a cold glance at Futian and said, "Today, you will not leave here even if you have wings." As soon as he said this, a frightening attack blasted down on where Futian was. However, similar to just now, Futian disappeared from his spot without a trace. He appeared once again on top of a building in Futian City. "You have no way to run to," a cold voice rang. The domain of the great path of a tribulation plane cultivator immediately materialized. It transformed into an enclosed space. It was a dominion. "He's over there," someone said. The lord of the Futian clan and the other 5 giant-level figures instantly looked towards where Futian appeared. They also expanded their domains of the great path towards that area with the intention of trapping Futian there. They would seize every single opportunity to seal Futian in place, cutting off any possible escape route. No! Right at this moment, in another area, a tribulation plane cultivator shouted. The silhouette of Futian also appeared in front of him. "He's here!" yet another person said. Futian could be seen in all the domains of the great path set up by the top figures. The hearts of the cultivators raced frenziedly. They knew that only one of the many Futians was real. The others were just his exterior incarnations. However, his exterior incarnations were actually so realistic to the point of being able to fool all of them. Futian was proficient in hiding his aura. When he retracted his aura, he left no sound nor presence. It was as though he was part of the world. His cultivation could not be sensed at all. It was precisely because of this that his original body and exterior incarnations could not be differentiated by their aura. In one location, an exterior incarnation of Futian also appeared before a tribulation plane cultivator from Celestial Worthy Mountain, a top force of the Divine Prefecture. The latter's expression immediately turned very serious. Extremely terrifying aura burst forth from his figure. Within his great path domain, divine mountains appeared all around him. Futian took out his spear as he glanced at the cultivator. Then, with a flash, his spear stabbed forward. The spear penetrated through space, causing a menacing and destructive light to spark. Rumble. 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 The ancient divine mountains, which were capable of suppressing everything, were erected before Futian. The tribulation plane cultivator himself also transformed and became part of the divine mountains. The mountains emitted a blinding light that shot towards Futian. The surroundings became exceptionally heavy. Clearly, the cultivator was aware that he was not capable of attacking Futian head-on. Therefore, he chose to remain on the defensive. Unfortunately, the real Futian had appeared in his domain. However, it was sufficient as long as he could block Futian's attack and bind the latter in this spot momentarily. Many thoughts flashed past in his mind. However, the long spear still struck down instantly like before. It crashed into the side of the divine mountain. The divine mountain was immediately shattered. The astonishing divine light directly pierced through the mountain. Terrifying rumbling sounds could be heard. When the other cultivators noticed the situation over here, they saw the divine mountain, which the top figure of Celestial Worthy Mountain had become, collapse. His spiritual soul appeared and revealed a terrified expression. The next moment, he immediately disintegrated, his spiritual soul dissipating. When the leader of Celestial Worthy Mountain saw this scene, his expression instantly turned pale. The cultivator who had perished was the second in command of Celestial Worthy Mountain. He had been pierced through by a spear just like that and perished on the battlefield. In the sky above, many external incarnations of Futian appeared. With a cold voice, Futian said, "Do all of you await death so anxiously?" The wills of the top cultivators attempted to lock onto Futian's position, but they could not catch him at all. "Be careful!" a voice cried out. In another location, a terrifying aura once again burst forth. Another beam of brilliant divine light flashed, and a tribulation plane cultivator in Futian City was killed. Could the one tribulation plane cultivators actually stop Futian? This strategy was completely useless. It seemed that they could only stop Futian if the 6 giant-level figures from the ancient god clans joined forces with the other second tribulation plane existences and spread out across Futian City. "Let us each occupy a part of the city," said the lord of the Futian clan. The 6 giant-level figures prepared first to split up Futian City and see where Futian would appear. One tribulation plane cultivators were useless against Futian. However, at this moment, the lord of the Futian clan's expression changed drastically. He slowly turned around to take a look. Behind him was the base of the Futian clan. Their base was situated on the east side of Futian city. It was like a heavenly palace that reached up into the heavens. It was a majestic sight to behold. Right now, a white-haired figure was standing on top of one of the palaces of the Futian clan. Futian had infiltrated the base of the Futian clan. If the 6 giant-level figures had split up across Futian city, regardless of where Futian appeared, they might have been able to sacrifice a group of people cruelly. However, what if Futian appeared in the base of the Futian clan? A terrifying aura that emanated from Futian's body covered the area. All the palaces within this region were enveloped by his aura. Destructive pressure emanated from his figure. All the cultivators within that region felt their bodies tremble. It was as though they were watching a god of death descending. Rumble. A towering divine tree sprouted and enveloped the vast space. The vines of the divine tree spread outwards towards the cultivators within the domain. Auras burst forth from some who tried to resist. The divine tree immediately released sword will and killed them off. "Anyone who dares resist will be killed without mercy," said a cold voice that enveloped all the cultivators. This caused the members of the Futian clan within the domain to all give up resisting. They allowed the vines of the ancient tree to wrap around them. In an instant, many cultivators were directly restrained by Futian. At the same time, within the base of the Futian clan, a terrifying aura burst forth. It was as though the will of Futian, a true great emperor, had awakened. It enveloped the entire base. Of course, Futian was also enveloped within it. The heavenly might descended, and countless people in Futian's city felt their hearts tremble. This was indeed the will of Futian. Who would have imagined that Futian would dare to infiltrate the Futian clan base? They had similarly not anticipated that he would appear in Futian's city today when they issued the kill order. Futian glanced up and saw an illusory face appear in the sky above. The heavenly might pressed down on his figure. It was the might of a god. "Drop your weapon!" someone demanded. An unquestionable voice could be heard coming from the sky. It was an order. No one would dare to defy this order from the godlike voice. At the same time, this voice was followed by astonishing might. Futian also felt extreme pressure acting on him. So, the voice wanted him to drop his weapon? Rumble. An even more powerful heavenly might descended. This was the might of a god. The cold voice once again ordered. "You still won't kneel and worship when facing a god?" "A god!" someone exclaimed. All cultivators in Futian's city felt their hearts tremble. In the Futian clan, was there truly a god? Gods still walked the earth. Many cultivators from the Futian clan bowed and worshipped in the direction of the voice. The heavenly might weighed down on them. Futian frowned slightly. He was similarly moved. He also felt the unparalleled heavenly might. It seemed to come from a god. Was there a living great emperor among the Futian clan? It was impossible. Even if he existed, he only existed in this world in another form. Otherwise, the Futian clan would not have just remained as one of the ancient god clans. When Futian thought of this, his eyes revealed a rebellious look. Rustling sounds could be heard. The divine tree extended up into the sky along with the cultivators of the Futian clan wrapped in its vines. The heavenly might first pressed down on them. "Worship you?" mocked Futian as he raised his head. His rebellious eyes looked towards the face in the sky. He coldly replied, "A fallen old god like you should pay your respects to the new god of the future." Chapter 2592, Full Retreat. Amir will wanted him to worship it. Futian had encountered many great emperors and obtained quite a few of their inheritances. The Futian clan was his mortal enemy. A will of the great emperor from the camp of his mortal enemy wanted him to bow to it. He couldn't do so. A fallen old god like him should pay his respects to the new god of the future. Futian the Great was a fallen old god. As for the new god, Futian was naturally referring to himself. He spoke with such arrogance. Could he reach the imperial realm in the future? "AB** starred runs his mouth," said the voice. In the sky above, the face was extremely authoritative. The might of a great emperor descended. It was terrifying. Futian also felt this might, but he guarded his mind and soul. He did not allow himself to be shaken. It was just pressure. "You are merely playing tricks," mocked Futian. As he said this, there was a rustling sound. The branches of the divine tree swayed. Then, several cultivators were immediately killed by the sword will unleashed by the branches and leaves of the divine tree. Their souls dissipated. "You are already buried in your grave. Why bother coming out? Return to your grave," Futian said in a cold tone. When they heard Futian's arrogant words, all the cultivators of the Futian clan were furious. Their faces revealed intense, murderous looks. Futian dared to show Futian the great disrespect. The figure of the lord of the Futian clan appeared high in the sky. He seemed to become one with the will of Futian the Great. He represented the will of Futian. He lowered his head and looked down upon Futian's figure. His absolute pressure pressed down on Futian, intending to crush the latter under its weight. "Don't try to act high and mighty before me," Futian coldly chided as he cast a glance at the other party. As he said this, the rustling sound could be heard once again. More cultivators from the Futian clan perished. They were killed on the spot and their souls dissipated. "Even if you are a god, I will not yield," declared Futian. He looked towards the lord of the Futian clan and said, "Since the 6 major ancient god clans do not mind sacrificing the cultivators of the divine prefecture in Futian city, then it wouldn't matter if some cultivators from the Futian clan are sacrificed to kill me, right? I might as well kill them immediately." Futian wanted to see what choice the Futian clan would make. Would they remove the seal and let him leave? Or would they still attack him full force? The cultivators caught by the vines of the divine tree were all core figures of the Futian clan. If they attempted to kill Futian by force, these cultivators would perish. Right then, next to the lord of the Futian clan, many astonishing auras radiated. They enveloped the space where Futian stood. It was the lord of Tianyan city and the other cultivators. They had been lying in wait. Just as they had previously hoped that Wang Shao would destroy the Ziwei segmentum at all costs, now, they naturally also hoped that the Futian clan would go all out to kill Futian. Since the members who would die with Futian were not their own members, they naturally did not mind. They even set up multiple sealed domains to envelop the base of the Futian clan and seal off all of Futian's escape routes. They did not want him to leave here alive. "Everyone, please do not act rashly," said the lord of the Futian clan. He naturally understood their intentions as he gave this warning. At the same time, the heavenly might not only pressed down on Futian, but also enveloped everyone around, including the 5 giant level figures. It was a silent warning for them not to act rashly. The eyes of the other 5 giant level figures shone, but they did not act recklessly. After all, this was the territory of the Futian clan. The will of Futian the Great had awakened, so they naturally had their reservations. If they actually attacked, the other party might turn on them. Now, the situation was even more of a dilemma. Clan Lord? Grandfather? Great-grandfather? Among the branches of the divine tree, the people captured by Futian cried out. Those who could live in the Futian clan base were all core members. Many of them were direct descendants of the clan lord. Futian captured many of them in one go. Many of his captives were of the main bloodline with the family name Hua. They were the descendants of the lord of the Futian clan. They were all begging the lord of the Futian clan to save them. "If I remove the seal, will you let them go?" asked the lord of the Futian clan. Clearly, faced with the deaths of those of his bloodline, he could not harden his heart. After all, the cultivators of the clan were his descendants. They shared the same bloodline. He was not willing to exchange their lives for Futian's life. "Clan Lord Hua," said the lord of Tianyan city. His tone was somewhat indifferent. At the very beginning, he was not like this. The lord of the Futian clan continued. "The kill order has already been issued. Let's just assume he never appeared here today. After today, the Futian clan will naturally kill him at all costs and destroy the Ziwei segmentum. For today, everyone, please give me face, and let's stop here." He could act cold and merciless towards cultivators from the outside, but he could not do the same to his own clan. If it were just a few of them, he might have been willing to make the exchange. However, too many of them were in Futian's grasp. The lord of the Futian clan was well aware that it was worth it to sacrifice the cultivators in exchange for Futian's life. However, he could not bear to sacrifice his own clan members. Hence, he finally decided to give in. The heavenly might imbued in the will of Futian dissipated after his speech. The lord of the Futian clan removed his seal and looked at the other 5 giant-level figures. The lord of Tianyan City and the other giant-level figures looked at him and said, "The Futian clan was the one who gathered the members of the Divine Prefecture here today to discuss the grand plan of killing Futian. Since Clan Lord wants to let Futian go, what more can we say?" As he said this, he removed his seal. When the other giant-level figures saw this scene, they also followed suit. Futian suddenly revealed a smile. At the same time, terrifying killing intent was unleashed from the branches of the divine tree. The Futian clan was showered in blood while Futian disappeared from his original spot. Rumble. A menacing aura directly sealed off the entire Futian city. The majestic face of Futian once again appeared in the sky as an overbearing will descended, pressing down on the city. It was the will of Futian. The lord of the Futian clan had his gaze fixed on the ground. In the area where the cultivators of the Futian clan were, gore and blood filled the scene. Countless cultivators had been killed on the spot by Futian. He didn't spare them. Instead, he massacred all of them. "Futian!" The lord of the Futian clan roared furiously at the sky. "After you agreed to let me go, the will of Futian still enveloped the Futian city. Since you didn't plan to keep your promise, don't blame me for being ruthless. All of them died because of you." A voice sounded from outside the city. It seemed like the will of Futian had not managed to enclose Futian in it. With a flash, Futian had left the encirclement of the will and had disappeared without a trace. Gradually, Futian's aura dissipated. "He has left," someone said. Countless cultivators in Futian city looked up into the sky. The 6 major ancient god clans issued a kill order today. Futian had come alone. He then began a massacre, even slaughtering his way into the base of the Futian clan. After that, he just left. "Now we've done it. The tiger has returned to the mountain," said the lord of Tianyan City nonchalantly. His voice carried a mocking tone. People were killed, but Futian had been let go just like that. This time, the Futian clan suffered immense losses and had been completely humiliated. Chapter 2593, As if in no man's land. Of all the 18 domains in Divine Prefecture, Nantian Domain and Boundless Domain were next to each other, so the distance between the two was considerably less. Although there were other massive continents in between the two, which would be impossible for ordinary cultivators to cross in their entire lifetimes, Futian was an exception. With his current cultivation realm coupled with Buddha's celerity, it did not take long for him to cross this region. Nowadays, in the land of the Divine Prefecture, it was almost impossible to find anyone else who could compare to him in terms of speed. Infinite Mountain was known as the Divine Mountain of Boundless Domain. With Infinite Mountain as the center, in a radius of about 100,000 miles, it was full of cities built in the mountain. Many top forces had chosen this mountain as the location of their home base. In this area of thousands of miles around Infinite Mountain, it was populated with all the forces affiliated with Infinite Mountain. That entire area was surrounded by an ethereal aura, like some sacred place among celestial mountains. At this time, in the outer region of the Infinite Mountain, a man with a head of white hair appeared. His temperament was extraordinary, and he appeared silently without any sound. He was standing in the void, as his attention focused on the Divine Mountain in front of him. Infinite Mountain was said to be the highest mountain in all of Divine Prefecture. In the area below, some were surprised when they saw Futian. This man had incredible temperament, but no aura was released from his body. He appeared without any signs or sounds, and no one knew exactly when he had arrived here. Naturally, it was not that they thought the man had no cultivation but that his cultivation was unfathomable. Who was this man, and why was he going to the Infinite Mountain? A young man leaped into the air and put his hands together to make a gesture of salute to Yi Futian. Sir, may I ask what your purpose for coming to this area of the Infinite Mountain is? Who are you? Yi Futian asked instead. Third-generation disciple of Infinite Mountain, Lin Qin, the young man replied. Although his tone was unremarkable, there seemed to be a sense of tremendous pride that emanated from deep inside of him. A disciple of the third generation of Infinite Mountain meant that he must have been a core disciple of Infinite Mountain. But Yi Futian just looked at him, which caused Lin Qin to frown a bit. Faintly, he had a feeling that Yi Futian was looking at him rather strangely. Lin Qin, get back here! That is Yi Futian, someone in the distance called out. It was a middle-aged man whose face had changed as he shouted out to Lin Qin. Lin Qin's gaze suddenly froze, and his face paled instantly. At Infinite Mountain, he was a third-generation disciple, which meant that he was an outstanding genius talent himself. He was proud by nature, but no matter how outstanding he was, when he heard the name Yi Futian, he understood the weight of it. The man in front of him was one of the most sensational figures in all of the Divine Prefecture in the past 100 years. Most recently, in the land of the Divine Prefecture, who had not heard Yi Futian's name? His reputation had surpassed all the genius talents of his time. What can we do for the elder at Infinite Mountain? Lin Qin's voice was noticeably shaken because he knew who he was facing. How could he not be nervous? He knew very well that the top cultivators of Infinite Mountain had gone to Haotian City to issue the kill order against Yi Futian and the Ziwei Segmentum. However, Yi Futian had made his way here. Not long ago, Infinite Mountain had issued a kill order in conjunction with other ancient god clans to target the cultivators of the Ziwei Segmentum. It was killing without mercy, intending to destroy Ziwei and to kill me. Tell me, what do you think I am here for? Yi Futian replied as he looked at Lin Qin. However, he didn't release the aura of the Great Path. His nonchalant words were enough to make Lin Qin tense up as if everything had been suppressed to the extreme. Infinite Mountain, in conjunction with other ancient god clans, had issued a kill order to slaughter the people of Ziwei's Segmentum without mercy. It was meant to terminate any cultivators from Ziwei's Segmentum. So how would they respond to Yi Futian now that he had appeared in Infinite Mountain? Once the killing order is in effect, the 6 ancient god clans will no doubt take the lead themselves. To prevent any of you from going over to Ziwei's Segmentum and killing my cultivators in Ziwei, the only way was for all of you to be dead? Yi Futian said coldly. As soon as his voice fell, a terrifying sword will suddenly surrounded Lin Qin. No. Lin Qin's face changed when he felt that aura of destruction. In the next moment, his body was pulverized under that sword will. He turned into nothing more than a puff of dust and smoke. Yi Futian looked up in the direction of Infinite Mountain and continued walking toward it. Someone was heard shouting out. Yi Futian is here. The Infinite Matrix, quick! This voice resounded throughout the void, but as soon as the voice faded away, his body, too, was shattered into nothingness, annihilated under the will of the sword. Yi Futian continued forward, and there were many Renhuang cultivators below, but no one dared to do anything. Every one of them stood there, just watching Yi Futian walk by, and no one dared to make a move. It was true that Yi Futian was young, but in the Divine Prefecture, he was already in existence on a mythical scale. He may be the enemy, but the people of Infinite Mountain knew just how terrifying his strength was. Sword will shrouded the boundless space, covering the surrounding mountainous area. Those Renhuang who stood in all directions felt that they, too, were enveloped by a sword will. Then, the destructive sword will raged, as screams were heard non-stop. Some people perished successively, one after another, under that sword will. Wherever he went, all the Renhuangs were slain. Yi Futian did not kill anyone below the realm of Renhuang as they did not pose any threat to the Ziwei Segmentum. He was not a bloodthirsty and cold-blooded killer, but he was no fool either. How could he spare the lives of these Renhuang when the 6 ancient god clans were bent on destroying Ziwei? In the land below, many trembled violently, and fear was written all over their faces. This was truly a disaster. Wherever Yi Futian passed through, no Renhuang was left alive. It was as if the Grim Reaper himself had descended. In the distance, a terrible divine light lit up within infinite mountain that towered into the sky. A horrific aura bloomed as an unparalleled aura suddenly swept out. Above the sky, an overwhelming sword will suddenly appeared, infinite, and without end, difficult to quantify. This sky full of sword was shrouded above Futian. Above the divine mountain, a figure appeared, suspended in midair, magnificent and exceptional. The aura from his body was astonishing. He was a cultivator in the tribulation plane. "It's the Great Protector!" someone exclaimed. All the cultivators of Infinite Muts felt a sense of hope. The Great Protector of Infinite Mountain was cultivating here, and he should be able to stop Futian's advance. The Great Protector had made his name since time immemorial and had been a cultivator in the tribulation plane for centuries. His strength was unfathomable. It was said that he was now focusing on the second tribulation. He was once a genius talent of the world, and only because he wanted to focus his efforts on the second tribulation that he had been cultivating ceaselessly inside Infinite Mountain. His strength today, more likely than not, was much more powerful than it once was. The Great Protector of Infinite Mountain looked very young and handsome with a chiseled visage. He was the Great Protector of Infinite Mountain, and he was also the lead disciple of the Mountain Master himself. Above the firmament, the infinite sword that sheltered the sky and the sun created an infinite sword domain. A gigantic supreme sword matrix suspended above Futian, as a massive sword aura slew toward him, drowning him in what seemed to be a river of swords. It seemed endless as it submerged this corner of the sky with an extremely horrific momentum. Could this blow affect Futian? The river of swords fell down, and a skyful of sword will slammed down for the kill. But Futian merely stood there quietly, bathing in the sword rain. The infinite sword will landed on him, but he seemed to have no response as he continued to make his way forward. Everyone paled as they beheld this sight. Was his physical body terrifying to this degree? The Great Protector of Infinite Mountain frowned as well. His figure flashed and descended high above the sky with extremely dominant force. He held the infinite sword matrix in the sky with a single hand, then pointed down below. Suddenly, countless divine swords fell directly through the space, as if to tear the space apart into countless pieces. All the cultivators of Infinite Mountain clenched their fists when they saw the magnitude of this sight. Could Futian possibly withstand such a powerful attack? Futian stretched out his hand, holding the silver spear as he turned into a light and disappeared. He rushed straight into the sky and let the spear do what it was meant to do best. Suddenly the falling swords were broken into pieces, and all anyone could see was just a light that sailed across the sky. In the next moment, everything stopped. The spear pierced through the head of the Great Protector of Infinite Mountain. When they saw this horrific and tragic sight, everyone at Infinite Mountain was frozen with terror. Some people with weaker cultivation even started wailing painfully. It was the sound of pure desperation. The Great Protector of Infinite Mountain was someone of special significance to Infinite Mountain and the object of many people's adoration and pursuit. However, he was slain by a single blow and died a horrific death. None of those who witnessed his end could accept this cruel reality. Was Futian really just a cultivator in the ninth realm of Renhuang? Once he pulled out the spear, Futian continued moving forward. Everywhere he passed was filled with overwhelming sword will, and people continued to perish in his path. At this moment he had turned into a Grim Reaper as he marched into Infinite Mountain. "Activate the Infinite Matrix!" A booming voice came from the direction of Infinite Mountain, resounding between heaven and earth. Suddenly, divine mountains appeared to fully surround this area. As they revolved around it, they sealed this area in front to block Futian out and protect the Infinite Mountain and the cultivators inside. Furthermore, this protective infinite matrix was transparent, and everything inside could be seen. When those cultivators saw that Futian was being blocked outside, they were quite relieved. In despair, they seemed to see a ray of hope again, but when they thought of those who died, they felt that desperate sadness again. Futian stood outside, watching the surrounding divine mountains. Divine light circulated, and the divine mountains seemed to be extremely heavy, exuding a sense of power that was shocking. He raised his arm and pointed the spear forward as it puffed out a terrifying brilliance. What does he want to do? In the infinite matrix, all the cultivators could see Yi Futian's movements. Did he want to breach the matrix by force? They knew something about the strength of the infinite matrix. How could a person in the Renhuang realm possibly breach it? They held Yi Futian in their focus and saw Yi Futian was surrounded by divine light, which continued to spread outward. Waves upon waves of divine light swept out like waves of terror, and the divine light that emitted from the spear became ever more terrifying. Finally, Yi Futian moved. His body turned into a beam of light as he attacked the matrix. The spear fell and hit on a point as a dull thud was heard. With that point as the center, cracks appeared in the matrix, and as those cracks widened, they continued to enlarge and spread. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the matrix collapsed and shattered, as everyone inside was exposed in front of Yi Futian. At this moment, the place was completely silent without a sound. Countless eyes fell on Yi Futian, watching that peerless and indomitable figure descending onto the earth, as if he was some god in heaven. One single strike had broken through the matrix. Today, Yi Futian came marching into the infinite mountain of the ancient god clans in the divine prefecture, as if stepping into no man's land. Chapter 2594 Extermination. Yi Futian, dressed in all white, was holding a long spear. He stood in front of the divine mountain and surveyed the cultivators below. A horrific aura permeated from him, and the divine light swept out. In front of Infinite Mountain, all the cultivators were trembling as they watched this graceful yet terrifying figure before them. Buzz! As the spear hovered in the air. Above the firmament, infinite spear shadows appeared. They were boundless and massive, suppressing this space. Below, all the cultivators had released their auras of the great path to the maximum. Kill! An icy voice came from Yi Futian. In the instant the spear fell, countless shadows of the spear pierced through heaven and earth. They fell on the ground beneath. For a time, that powerful destruction sheared those ancient peaks to the ground. As all the structures collapsed and were pulverized, those cultivators perished in despair. With one blow, every one of the cultivators below was wiped out, an unknown number of people had perished. At this time, in the direction of Infinite Mountain, the Divine Mountain was shining brightly. All those figures levitated into the air, suspended in the areas surrounding Infinite Mountain. Among them, there were even a few detectable traces of cultivators in the Tribulation Plain. Someone with a head of white hair came out from the Divine Mountain. The man was extremely advanced in age. Clearly, he was some ancient elder who did not make it a habit of getting out of the mountains lightly. But now, Infinite Mountain was invaded by Yi Futian, who was alone with a spear in hand, and all of them had had a rude awakening. You seek your death. A cold voice came from Divine Mountain. Suddenly, terrifying divine lights radiated, and another terrifying sword matrix appeared in the sky above Yi Futian. There was a terrifying radiance in the sword matrix, as if countless divine mountains had descended where Yi Futian was. They had sealed off the surrounding area, and in the middle of the sword matrix, supreme force seemed to be gestating into the infinite divine swords. These top figures flickered and appeared in different positions of the sword matrix, as they jointly manned the infinite sword matrix together. Kill! Their eyes were full of strong murderous intent. Suddenly, a massive and gigantic divine sword capable of piercing the world came down with a slam toward Yi Futian. Then came the second sword, followed by the third. These divine swords were gigantic and massive, born from the divine matrix, capable of piercing through this world. Inside this divine matrix, no matter where Yi Futian was, he could not avoid bearing the brunt of its destructive attacks. Yi Futian felt this supreme attacking power, and an absolute field appeared around him. He was surrounded by the starry divine light. It was as if the stars in the heavens were moving according to their rhythm. When the divine swords slammed down, they collided with the stars in heaven and produced a violent and loud bang. He raised his head to look at the divine matrix. The 6 ancient god clans had issued a killing order, and the two sides were now locked in a deadly vendetta that would not stop until either one of them was annihilated. This was the reason for his coming. More importantly, he wanted to instill fear in the hearts of all the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture so that no one would dare to ever accept the killing order. Whatever he had done in Futian City was not enough. However, he, too, thought that he could destroy the ancient god clans, and at the very least, he could test the true might of the ancient god clans. In Futian City, he could retreat successfully while besieged and suppressed by the 6 ancient god clans because of Buddha's celerity. Otherwise, he would not take the risk to venture deep inside Futian clan. But today, it was an opportunity to test Infinite Mountain and its true strength. He was holding the spear as his body soared into the sky. Those surrounding stars in the sky had blocked those terrific attacks for him. Boom! The long spear in his hand blasted on the divine matrix, causing cracks to appear on the matrix so that it collapsed and was pulverized. Those cultivators from Infinite Mountain were all knocked back as they let out a muffled groan. But at the same time, a terrifying aura came down. It was an infinite and gigantic handprint covering a corner of the sky. It directly slammed down on the spear which Futian had just blasted down. With a loud boom, Futian's body was slammed into the ground. In the area below, a boundless divine seal appeared, covering a massive expanse. If anyone were in the area below, they would probably fell under this gigantic handprint as well. However, those cultivators from before had already been slain by Futian. Bang! Futian broke through the ground and reappeared above the sky. He looked at a figure that was sitting cross-legged on top of Infinite Divine Mountain. The white hair on this man was flying frantically as his long robe was also puffed up by the wild wind. His aura was simply terrifying. He was extremely ancient, an old monster-level figure who belonged to the Infinite Mountain. Cultivator of the Second Tribulation! Futian glanced over and saw that it was this old man who had just struck. As expected, there were old monsters hidden within the ancient god clans, and there were more than one cultivator in the Second Tribulation plane. I have been cultivating in retreat for many years, and I do not know what kind of grievances you have with the Infinite Mountain or why you resorted to such ruthless tactics as to slaughter even low-level cultivators, the old man said, his eyes closed. His voice echoed like a giant bell, reverberating in the void. In the areas around Infinite Mountain, many cultivators were watching him incredulously. Even the majority of Infinite Mountain did not know of his existence. That, sir, you will have to ask the people of Infinite Mountain, Futian replied. As soon as his voice fell, his figure disappeared right away as a series of terrifying and destructive sword matrices appeared where he was. If Futian were a little careless just now, he would have fallen right into the trap. This old guy was plenty sneaky. No matter what the grudge is about, you have killed so many cultivators here at Infinite Mountain, you leave me no choice but to kill you, the old man said coldly. As soon as his voice fell, a supreme coercion erupted from him immediately. At this moment, on that divine mountain, an unparalleled divine light suddenly lit up as well. It seemed that the man and the divine mountain had become one. Boom, boom, boom. In the vast expanse of land, centered around Infinite Mountain, many divine mountains had appeared. Their projection on the ground below sealed up the vast area. A terrifying power emerged now in this area, pressing down so hard that even the cultivators from Infinite Mountain felt they were about to crawl on the ground. They all felt that supreme divine might, and when they looked up at the divine mountain, they all had an extremely pious expression. Buzz! A divine light descended and directly penetrated Futian's body, instantly destroying it and turning it into nothingness. The old man suddenly opened his eyes and stared in that direction, his brows furrowed slightly. It was not his actual physical form. He had been deceived. He raised his head and looked outside. Outside the area that was covered by the divine mountains, a figure in white stood there, which shocked the old man to no end. How inconceivably fast speed he was. He had escaped the divine mountains in an instant. I have disturbed the elder with my visit today. I will visit another time when I have the chance. Outside, Futian was heard saying. However, the cultivators of Infinite Mountain should be careful when they going out in the future. If they leave this area, they may not be as lucky as they were today. After he finished, his figure disappeared without a trace. On top of Infinite Mountain, the white-haired elder sat there, his brows knitted tightly. He said coldly, "How did we make enemies with such an impossible figure?" The brief contact just now made him keenly aware that Yi Futian's existence was a tremendous disaster for Infinite Mountain. If they could not get rid of him, Infinite Mountain would be in infinite danger. The cultivator of Infinite Mountain told him the reason, and the white-haired elder showed a look of worry. If so, things seemed a little more troublesome than he thought. After a long while, a group of men descended on the top of the Divine Mountain. On Infinite Mountain, many people bowed and saluted as they greeted him. "Mountain Master!" The Mountain Master of Infinite Mountain had a coldness in his eyes as he surveyed the grounds below, and saw nothing but ruins. He had received the news while still on the road that Yi Futian had come to Infinite Mountain. How brazen of him to come here to commit this slaughter! With Buddha's celerity, Yi Futian was able to do whatever he wanted, whenever he wanted. "Uncle Master!" The Mountain Master of Infinite Mountain called out to the white-haired elder. It turned out that this old man was his Uncle Master, a respected existence of an old monster level, whose seniority far surpassed his. The white-haired elder looked at the Mountain Master. "I just fought with him, and wasn't able to detain him. The moment the power of the Divine Mountains exploded, he realized it was fast and made his getaway successfully, leaving behind just a decoy that even I couldn't detect the veracity of." The Mountain Master of Infinite Mountain had a terrible look on his face. Even with the help of the Divine Mountains, his Uncle Master had failed to detain the enemy, and Yi Futian had escaped. Many cultivators of Infinite Mountain had perished in vain. "Is the grievance so deep? Is there any possibility of reconciliation?" the white-haired elder asked. The Mountain Master of Infinite Mountain shook his head. "As far as I know, reconciliation is unlikely based on his character. We are now already standing on the opposite side of life and death. It will only end when one of us is destroyed. Try to find a way and kill him quickly. He cannot be allowed to live much longer." The old man heard his words and said, "Be careful, this man's cultivation may be in the 9th realm of Renhuan, but I suspect that his combat effectiveness might be at the level of a cultivation in the Second Tribulation Plane." "Second Tribulation Plane?" the Mountain Master of Infinite Mountain asked incredulously. In Futian City, Yi Futian had only demonstrated the ability to immolate cultivators in the First Tribulation Plane, but he had never fought those in the Second Tribulation Plane because he had always avoided them. They had believed that Yi Futian didn't dare to confront them head-on, and only Buddha's celerity was what allowed him to make his getaway. But now, his Uncle Master assessed that Yi Futian might have the combat effectiveness of the Second Tribulation. The old man nodded. "He broke through the Grand Guardian Matrix on the outside, and the infinite matrix set up by our cultivators was also breached by him. This kind of combat effectiveness had to be at the level of the Second Tribulation Plane. Uncle Master, is it possible when he only has the cultivation of the peak Renhuang realm?" the Mountain Master said with a somber expression. "It is possible for him to camouflage his aura, or perhaps he concealed the fact that he has survived the divine tribulation by special means," the white-haired elder said. He also thought of another possibility, but it was just a fleeting thought, so he did not dwell on it. After all, that kind of possibility could be ruled out right away, as it was highly unlikely. So, could it be true that he really did survive the divine tribulation? The Mountain Master of Infinite Mountain looked far into the distance, and began to recognize that possibility. If it was really the power of the Second Tribulation Plane that he had, then Yi Futian might have already survived the first divine tribulation. By virtue of his own incredible talent, he could exert a combat effectiveness that was much higher than his actual realm. However, Yi Futian had not demonstrated his true ability before. Was it to lure them to falsely underestimate his ability? It seemed that they had to be very careful from now on. In Boundless Domain, besides the Divine Mountain that was the Infinite Mountain, there was also another principality. It was the Celestial Worthy Mountain, which was also the number 2 Divine Mountain in Boundless Domain, and its strength was terrifying as well. However, on this day, in the tens of thousands of miles radius within the Celestial Worthy Mountain, many people were in great shock today, as they had rushed to the place where the Celestial Worthy Mountain was and looked in front of them. Over there, the divine mountain was cut in half and fell broken right where they were. All the magnificent buildings on the celestial worthy mountain were destroyed and collapsed in heaps. They had been turned into ruins, and the once holy land had been razed into nothing. Not long ago, the mountainous area of celestial worthy mountain suffered a disaster. A white-haired cultivator, all by himself with just a spear, had eliminated celestial worthy mountain single-handedly. Above the firmament, a powerful aura descended, and several figures descended from the heavens. As they watched the scene in front of them, they could only feel their blood boiling. They had gone to Futian city, not expecting that upon their return, their mountain would be destroyed, and even the Grand Guardian Matrix could not save celestial worthy mountain from destruction. Yi Futian! The Lord of celestial worthy mountain emitted a monstrous, murderous intent, which covered this boundless space. He vowed that he would not stop until Yi Futian was dead for good. In boundless domain, two major divine mountains were attacked. Infinite Mountain suffered heavy losses with many casualties, and the news of celestial worthy mountain's total destruction made the entire land of Divine Prefecture tremble. Chapter 2595, The Second Attack. What happened in Futian Clan and Infinite Mountain made the entire Divine Prefecture tremble. In the land of the Divine Prefecture, the 6 ancient god clans were forced to such desperation by Yi Futian alone. He had gone to the Futian clan alone, and caused great chaos deep within, slaying many of the cultivators who had responded to the kill order. In addition, he had also slaughtered some of the direct disciples and several cultivators in the Tribulation Plane in Futian clan. Then there was Infinite Mountain, which also suffered tragic losses. Their great protector was killed by Yi Futian, and there were heavy casualties among its disciples. As for Celestial Worthy Mountain, its foundation was not enough to withstand such an overwhelming disaster. It was destroyed almost entirely, with only the few people who went to Futian city left alive. With these bloody testimonies before them, how many others dared to accept the kill order? Those who cultivated by themselves without clan affiliation may be interested in giving it a shot without too many concerns, but there was still an inherent danger. After the war erupted, the 6 ancient god clans felt a deep uneasiness. Yi Futian was able to threaten the existence of the ancient god clans directly. At the very least, Yi Futian's presence meant that the cultivators of the ancient god clans could no longer come and go as they pleased, and they could not venture outside as before. Doing so would be a matter of life or death. Afterward, the 6 ancient god clans recalled all their members back to their bases and prepared to defend themselves at a moment's notice. At the same time, the 6 ancient god clans discussed countermeasures remotely, and finally reached an agreement. They could no longer allow Yi Futian any opportunities to attack them. Upon Yi Futian's return to Ziwei Segmentum, just as he was walking, he suddenly felt something in his mind, and a treasure mirror appeared in front of him. Shiqiao appeared on the other side of the mirror. "You are not back yet?" Shiqiao asked. Right now, Shiqiao was at Ziwei Imperial Palace. "Almost there. I'm already in Ziwei Segmentum," Yi Futian replied. "I have received news that the 6 ancient god clans are getting ready to reopen the space passage and plan to come to the original realm once again. This time, they may very well stay for the long haul by stationing in the periphery to lay siege on Ziwei Segmentum," Shiqiao said. The 6 ancient god clans would finally declare total war on Yi Futian. They realized that as long as Yi Futian was alive, all 6 ancient god clans would never have a day of peace. "I know. I'll be there soon," said Yi Futian. His mind moved as he traversed across the void. Not long after that, Yi Futian appeared in Ziwei Imperial Palace and found Shiqiao. "You are finally back." Shiqiao stepped forward. "You have done it this time and directly threatened the foundation of the 6 ancient god clans. I'm afraid they won't let the matter rest so easily this time. Even if I didn't go this time, they would have initiated the kill order regardless, so what difference does it make?" Yi Futian responded. "If they want to come, we will be here waiting for them." After that, his figure flickered as he came to the temple inside Ziwei Imperial Palace and called out, "Everyone, listen up." As soon as his voice fell, several figures emerged right away. It was Murong Yu and the others. they were the key people inside Ziwei Imperial Palace. "Palace Lord," they called out. "Recall all the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace. Abandon the lands we have previously seized, but have them bring back all useful items," Yi Futian ordered directly. "Yes, Palace Lord." Everyone nodded and took the order. "Palace Lord, what else do you need us to do?" Murong Yu asked. "Nothing." Yi Futian shook his head. "The 6 ancient god clans will attack the Ziwei segmentum for the second time, and I'm sure this time, they still won't have the results they want. In the future there may be a third time. I am hoping that when they finally attack the third time, Ziwei segmentum will be capable of keeping them here forever. We will work hard to elevate our cultivation." Murong Yu and the others bowed. Again, they had to rely solely just on the Palace Lord. Although they were now in the Tribulation Plane, it was difficult for them to participate in a battle of this caliber. The 6 ancient god clans were tremendously powerful. If they were to participate in the battle, there was a great possibility that they would perish. "Go and make the arrangements," said Yi Futian, as he proceeded to contact Lord Qin. Lord Qin and Yi Futian's third senior brother, Gu Donglu, stayed behind in the Heavenly Mandate realm. When the 6 ancient god clans descended again, they would no doubt try to seize their lost territories and might very well attack Heavenly Mandate. If they couldn't sack Ziwei Segmentum, it was only natural that they retaliate against the Heavenly Mandate realm. They didn't know who would be dispatched to attack Heavenly Mandate. After that, Ziwei Segmentum started all the hustle and bustle, as they recalled all their cultivators. At the same time, the Supreme Grand Matrix of Space connected to the Heavenly Mandate Academy was activated to transport the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Academy back to Ziwei Segmentum. In Ziwei Segmentum, there was also a Heavenly Mandate Academy, which corresponded to its counterpart. "Goddess Qiao, I need a favor," Yi Futian said to Shi Qiao. "Go ahead," Shi Qiao nodded. "Please have the West Imperial Palace spread the words to the Divine Prefecture, and let them know that I am personally issuing this warning to the 6 ancient god clans of the Divine Prefecture. If someone were to destroy other interfaces such as the Heavenly Mandate, or the original realm and harm those innocent people within, it's a promise that I will make all the cities of the 6 ancient god clans the cities of the dead," Yi Futian said. After the previous battle, the 6 ancient god clans in the Divine Prefecture should know that Yi Futian could do just that. He may not be able to infiltrate into the interiors of the ancient god clans, but the cities occupied by the ancient god clans were well within his ability to destroy, and he could make them cities full of the dead. The veracity of his resolve aside, as soon as the words were out, if the 6 ancient god clans had attacked Heavenly Mandate Realm and if Yi Futian was still alive, he believed all the cultivators who resided in those cities would probably get the hell out on their own to avoid impending disaster. Based on the previous battle in Haotian City, he believed that he had this kind of power to deter these people. "That's not a problem," Shi Qiao nodded. Spreading news like this was simple enough and something that could be easily done by West Imperial Palace. Especially now, when the land of the Divine Prefecture was still shaken by everything that had happened in Haotian City, coupled with such strong warning from Yi Futian, this news would naturally take over the land of the Divine Prefecture with great sensation. Yi Futian did not believe that the 6 ancient god clans would risk public opinion of the world and slaughter those interfaces such as the Heavenly Mandate Realm, and the others. The previous kill order had already caused deep distrust in many cultivators who were present at the time. They responded to the kill order, but the 6 ancient god clans did not protect their lives, keeping them inside the city while Yi Futian hunted them down at will. Nowadays, it was impossible for the 6 ancient god clans to vent their anger by just killing some innocent people inside of Heavenly Mandate, which would only cause their cities to be retaliated in return, on top of lowering the morale of their people. Unless they could kill Yi Futian in the process, which would be another matter entirely. As the Ziwei Imperial Palace began to get busy, so did the 6 ancient god clans. They were now reorganizing the infrastructure of the ancient god clans. After recalling their cultivators who were stationed outside, the top figures began to create a passageway. Once again, the united forces of all 6 ancient god clans had opened the passageway to the land of the original realm. At the same time, the lord of Celestial Worthy Mountain, as well as several other top forces, had made great sacrifices for the goal of killing Yi Futian. No matter what the cost might be, they had to get rid of Yi Futian. As long as Yi Futian was left to exist, their principalities would most likely end up like the Celestial Worthy Mountain, completely annihilated. The standoff at hand would only allow one side to remain. The 6 ancient god clans went to the original realm again with their troops. The first thing they did was to visit the territories that were once seized in the original realm. However, they found to their surprise that those places were already emptied with no one there. The cultivators of the Ziwei segmentum had all been recalled as well. All of them were in a terrible mood. They had been extremely passive in the war between the 6 ancient god clans and the Ziwei segmentum, yet none of them dared to try to get inside Ziwei segmentum. There, Yi Futian was its absolute master, and once they got in, it was very possible that they would never be able to come back out alive. The truth was that Tianyan City had thought of sending Wang Xiao to the Ziwei segmentum with the imperial arms, but the city lord of Tianyan was reluctant to run that risk. Although Wang Xiao was extremely powerful with the imperial arms, if some unforeseen situations were to occur, and Wang Xiao perished in the Ziwei segmentum, it was not a price that Tianyan City could endure. Therefore, Tianyan City would not risk it. After all, the land of the original realm was still Yi Futian's old stomping ground, and it was extremely unfavorable for them. If they were to pressure Ziwei segmentum, the only solution was to prepare for a long and drawn-out blockade to wait out Ziwei segmentum. For the moment, the 6 ancient god clans could not think of a better solution. As far as Tianyan City was concerned, there was another scenario, and that was when Wang Xiao broke through his realm. As long as Wang Xiao had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path, who else in this world could stop Wang Xiao with the prowess of the imperial arms in hand? Even Yi Futian, who relied on the will of Ziwei the Great, would die without question. This battle, for the 6 ancient god clans, may be a long and protracted one. They had never been pressed to this kind of desperation. Chapter 2596 Pitiful Wang Xiao. Outside Ziwei segmentum, the 6 ancient god clans stopped while they were still far from Ziwei segmentum. They did not want to get too close. Yi Futian controlled the will of Ziwei the Great, and the destructive power that he wielded was incredibly terrifying. They might not be able to bear it if they got too close. The 6 ancient god clans had arrived with 6 great military camps and other top powers of the divine prefecture trailing behind, yet they were not optimistic about this expedition. Yi Futian had directed everyone to stay inside, and there was nothing they could do about Yi Futian. Wang Xiao. The city lord of Tianyan looked at Wang Xiao next to him and said, "Try again to see if you can break through the defenses of Ziwei segmentum." If there was still no way to break down the defense of Ziwei segmentum this time, they planned to seal off Ziwei segmentum and camp around the segmentum temporarily. Then, they will build a grand teleportation matrix to their home base so that they could impose long-term imprisonment on Ziwei segmentum. This would give them some time to think of other ways to deal with Yi Futian. At any rate, they dared not allow Yi Futian to roam around and wreak further havoc outside. Or else, the cultivators of the 6 ancient god clans would forever be in danger. The expedition this time was really out of their hands. When they saw what happened at Infinite Mountain and Celestial Worthy Mountain, they felt they had no choice. Fine. Wang Xiao nodded and walked towards the space below. His expression was particularly grim. The opponent he would be facing was someone fated to be his mortal enemy, the one who, until this day, he had not been able to overcome. As soon as he entered the consciousness of the world, he was already at the pinnacle, hailed as the Unraveled, known across the globe. But above him, there was another man, a hurdle that he had not been able to cross even to this day. It was probably still impossible for him to break into Ziwei segmentum. When Wang Xiao arrived above Ziwei segmentum, he waved his hand, and suddenly a terrifying divine light exploded, and that was when the sky tremoring appeared. In an instant, a terrifying shockwave radiated outward until it spread to the endless starry sky, blasting down towards Ziwei segmentum. Rumble. A dull sound came out, and the shockwaves from the sky tremoring spread above Ziwei segmentum, causing a dull sound to reverberate on the surface of the segmentum. The starry light screen surrounded the entire segmentum so that even as the shockwaves blasted on the screen, they flowed like waves upon the starry light screen and did not cause the slightest damage to Ziwei's segmentum. Obviously, Yi Futian was prepared. Wang Xiao looked down, and Yi Futian was already there. A godlike figure appeared, as an imperial will swept out. Above the endless starry sky, a gigantic face appeared, like some deity. Wang Xiao raised the sky tremoring, and traces of shockwaves came rushing out, madly blasting away at Ziwei's segmentum below. Soon, the sky tremoring itself blasted down, and an apocalyptic divine light penetrated the space, shooting towards the Ziwei segmentum below as if it could penetrate it. This beam of light was far too terrifying and could be seen even from thousands of miles away, as if it was right in front of them as it shredded through the space with madness. This was a terrifying force that could directly destroy a continent, or even a cultivating planetary. Boom! A violent collision emerged, and the entire Ziwei segmentum was covered by the starry light screen. An extremely brilliant starry divine light circulated. When the beam of light blasted down, the starry light screen seemed to be caving in, and a terrifying crack appeared. However, it was not breached. At the point where the pillar of destructive light had landed, a huge dent was formed on the surface. It seemed as if it was about to be broken. However, the flowing starry brilliance soon repaired it, as if it had somehow transferred that destructive attack elsewhere. It was still intact. This time, Wang Xiao attacked with the imperial arms but failed to break through the outer defenses of the Ziwei segmentum. Above the boundless sky, the cultivators of the 6 powerful ancient god clans saw this, and their hearts palpitated. This ending seemed to be far worse than they had expected. That last time, Wang Zhao's attack had at least directly pierced through the external defenses and penetrated the interior of Ziwei's segmentum, traversing through the segmentum. It was Yi Futian's attack that had posed a threat to Wang Xiao so that he could not capture the Ziwei segmentum in the end. But now, the destructive attack of the imperial arms did not even break the external defense. What was happening? Likewise, Wang Zhao's face was extremely terrible to look at. Although he was mentally prepared and knew that the probability was not in his favor, the situation in front of him was still hard to accept. This meant that his progress over the years was not nearly as advanced as that of Yi Futian, as it mainly relied on external forces. Compared to the previous battle, his performance was even worse this time. It seems that a few years ago, it was no fluke that Yi Futian was able to destroy the imperial arms and break out of the imprisonment. In the 28 years, he had used the will of Ziwei to harness an even greater power. The cultivators from all 6 ancient god clans had realized this. Wang Xiao, come back! The city lord of Tianyan seemed to become aware of something as he shouted out at Wang Xiao below. Before his voice could be heard, the Ziwei segmentum lit up with an extremely brilliant divine light. Several starry divine swords emerged. Above Ziwei segmentum, the stars circulated as countless starry divine swords shot out at the same time. The light of countless divine swords penetrated heaven and earth, slamming towards Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao yelled, and the sky tremor in his hand blasted down with rage as billions of shockwaves swept out, destroying everything in its path. In the boundless space, the two forces collided, and the light of the divine sword was drowned by the attack of the sky tremor. However, the infinite divine sword had not completely been annihilated. It was as there were still some that continued their trajectory towards Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao, too, felt a serious threat. His body was protected by the divine light as the sky tremoring swung down again, albeit a little rushed. At the same time, the light of the divine sword also descended, blasting on the space where he was. In an instant, that space seemed to have been destroyed, as that terrifying dark crack swallowed everything, including Wang Zhao's body. The imagery of destruction was extremely shocking. Wang Xiao! High above the distant altitude, the face of the city lord of Tianyan changed to one with shock. When Wang Zhao's defense was disarmed the first time, he realized that Yi Futian could deploy stronger defenses with the will of Ziwei the Great. If so, it could only mean that he was able to launch an even more powerful attack. So, in that instant, he thought of warning Wang Xiao, but it was too late. Wang Xiao was already under that destructive attack. He stared at Wang Xiao, who had been swallowed by the darkness, and his heart was beating violently. Other top figures from the Divine Prefecture were the same, as their hearts beat wildly in their chests. At this moment, they had no disagreements because they didn't want Wang Xiao to perish like that. After all, they now shared a common enemy, and this enemy was extremely powerful and had already threatened the ancient god clans. Boom! There was a great loud bang, and a horrible crack stretched until a short distance in front of them. A figure emerged from the crack, and it was Wang Xiao. He was pale in the face at this moment, as his blood soaked the clothing he was wearing. As soon as he came out, he coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, and his breath was unsteady and shallow. He stabilized himself, then proceeded to sit cross-legged, went directly into a state of meditation, and proceeded to cultivate, attempting to recover from his injury. The faces of the cultivators from the Divine Prefecture were frozen. Wang Xiao took the imperial arms to attack, and with just one blow, he was injured gravely. Ziwei the Great has left a trace of his will in Ziwei segmentum, and Yi Futian is able to use it to exert even greater strength, the clan lord of Futian clan said in an extremely cold voice. This was not good news. Back then, they were able to pose a threat to the Ziwei segmentum, and Wang Xiao was able to send a light of destruction that had penetrated through the Ziwei segmentum. But now the cultivators from the 6 ancient god clans looked down at the segmentum and felt a collective sense of helplessness. It was almost impossible for them to break down its defense by simple force. For the present, they could only form a blockade outside of Ziwei's segmentum for the long haul, which would buy them some time to figure out how to crack that impossibly powerful defense. It seems that a long-term blockade was the only way, the city lord of Tianyan said, and the others nodded in agreement. They had used an imperial arms the last time to imprison the Ziwei segmentum, attempting to refine it. But now, it required a seal to be manually placed. A manual seal meant that they would have to be physically restrained as well. However, there was no other choice but to keep Yi Futian within the bounds of the Ziwei segmentum. Let's disperse around the Ziwei segmentum and build our camps, the city lord of Tianyan said. All 6 ancient god clans were ready to surround the Ziwei segmentum, build the Sky Castle, a base to be connected with their stations back in the original realm. They were prepared to impose a prolonged blockade on Ziwei segmentum until they could find a solution to invade inside Ziwei segmentum. Very well. These cultivators nodded, then each dispersed to go to their chosen locations. At the same time, in the Heavenly Mandate realm, above the Heavenly Mandate Academy, suddenly several terrifying pressures descended, and the entire Heavenly Mandate city could feel that horrific heavenly might. Above the firmament, a group of men appeared, whose cultivation was terrifying. Who are they? The people in Heavenly Mandate City wondered as they looked up at the sky. Not long ago, the cultivators of Heavenly Mandate Academy were evacuated. It may have something to do with that. People in Heavenly Mandate City chatted. Those figures that descended on Heavenly Mandate were like a group of deities, coercive and terrifying. The men in the lead were giant-level figures, the Mountain Master of Celestial Worthy Mountain, the clan lord of the Emmo clan in the Divine Prefecture, and several other cultivators in the First Tribulation Plane. All of them had participated in the battle 30 years ago. If they did not kill Yi Futian, they would never have a day of peace. This time, each of them had their own assigned duties. This group was in charge of the Heavenly Mandate realm, while the others were responsible for attacking the Ziwei segmentum. The Mountain Master of Celestial Worthy Mountain was almost alone in the world now. He had no one to worry about, as his clan was destroyed, and his only wish was to annihilate Yi Futian and kill everyone in the Ziwei segmentum. The Mo clan was another major superpower in the Divine Prefecture, whose heritage was ancient. Many years ago, some of their people had come to the Divine Prefecture to suppress Futian and participated in several earlier attempts to assassinate Yi Futian. Over 30 years ago, they were also a part of the army of suppression that lay siege to Ziwei. Among these forces, the Shin clan and the Sun God Mountain both had hostages held in Ziwei segmentum. Hence, these two forces dared not act as boldly as the others. But Celestial Worthy Mountain, like the Mo clan, had no such concerns due to its total destruction. The Mo clan, on the other hand, wanted to nip this growing ill in the bud. Therefore, these two giant principalities had joined hands in this attack on Heavenly Mandate Realm. They lowered their heads to look at the Heavenly Mandate Academy below and found that there were still cultivators there. "Destroy Heavenly Mandate City," the Mountain Master of Celestial Worthy Mountain said coldly. Futian had destroyed Celestial Worthy Mountain without mercy. He didn't care about the threat spreading in the Divine Prefecture, the one that came directly from Futian. He no longer cared for anything. Celestial Worthy Mountain had been razed and was no more. No. But the clan lord of Mo flatly refused. Futian was not dead yet, and he didn't dare to do something irretrievable like this. Chapter 2597, Can he be killed? The Mountain Master of Celestial Worthy Mountain and the clan lord of Mo were of somewhat differing opinions regarding their tactics. But in the end, both agreed to destroy the Heavenly Mandate Academy first. Divine lights descended one after another as they looked in the direction of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The Mountain Master of Celestial Worthy Mountain had an icy look in his eyes, filled with astonishing murderous intent. A rumbling sound of terror came out as he suddenly stomped and sent a force to the space below. Immediately, cracks appeared in the space. It then began to collapse and shatter. That terrifying heavenly might swept overwhelmingly in the direction of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. It was as if he wanted to flatten the Heavenly Mandate Academy with a one-foot stomp. Bang! There was a loud sound as the terrifying attack landed, but it did not flatten the Heavenly Mandate Academy as expected. A brilliant starry light screen was protecting the Heavenly Mandate Academy. That vast and endlessly magnificent academy seemed to have turned into an independent starry world of its own, guarded by the starry divine light, and was unbroken. Matrix! The Mountain Master of Celestial Worthy Mountain stared at the space below, and was amazed that the Heavenly Mandate Academy was still capable of such a powerful matrix. Who was manning it? A figure appeared in the middle of the matrix, and it was the Supreme Elder of Ziwei Segmentum, Lord Qin. He was holding the scepter of the stars as he manned the matrix. He had successfully blocked this terrifying blow, and kept the Heavenly Mandate Academy from imminent destruction. Both of these giant figureheads frowned. They were not able to break down that matrix. The aura from the Mountain Master of Celestial Worthy Mountain was even more frightening now. The vast sky above the Heavenly Mandate City was suppressed by terrifying coercion. He turned the palm of his hand to face the sky, and suddenly a terrifying divine seal appeared above the firmament, sheltering the sky and the sun. There were countless patterns on this divine seal as it shone with a golden divine light. It was extraordinarily brilliant and incredibly heavy. The entire Heavenly Mandate City, at this moment, felt a suffocating coercion that was so ponderous, as if a divine mountain was right on top of them. All the demonic beasts in Heavenly Mandate City prostrated on the ground, bowing their heads under that heavenly might. Be careful! Outside of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, many cultivators saw this divine seal covering the sky, as well as the surrounding area. Everyone fled madly to try to get away from this space. The Mo clan lord did not say anything when he saw this scene. The Mountain Master of Celestial Worthy Mountain came with unprecedented rage, and his murderous intent was fervent. There was no way for him to stop his killing at a time like this. And it was absolutely within the capability of the Celestial Worthy Seal to unleash this level of attack. Faced with this kind of destruction above the sky, in the direction of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, the starry divine light became even more dazzling and sacred. Lord Qin raised the scepter of the stars in his hand towards the sky, and the divine light immediately gathered and turned into a Ziwei divine sword, puffing out unparalleled starry divine splendor. The rumbling sound of horror came out, and the Celestial Worthy Seal above the firmament was attacking with apocalyptic force, descending with the heavenly might, which covered this corner of the sky. The cultivators in the distance had a look of despair on their faces. That divine seal above their heads had already covered the entire firmament, and they were all underneath the seal. They appeared so extremely small compared to the seal that they were as insignificant as some sad insects. Boom! A loud bang was heard as this world became extremely suppressed. An aura of destruction swept out, tearing the space apart, as a series of dark and terrifying fissures appeared. The Heavenly Mandate Academy was the center of this destructive storm that covered a vast expanse of space. Many people screamed as they were sucked into the fissures by the storm. Those with stronger cultivation managed to hold on, more or less. After all, this was just the aftermath of an attack. The actual attack had been blocked mostly by Lord Qin, and did not fall directly onto them. Otherwise, with a single blow, all of them would be dead right then and there. Even so, this horrific aftermath of the collision between the two attacks still flattened the boundless space, causing many innocent people to perish needlessly. In this devastating attack, the surrounding area of the Heavenly Mandate Academy was covered by a storm. Within that storm, a brilliant divine light suddenly fell from the firmament, dazzling and blinding, like the break of dawn. All the cultivators in Heavenly Mandate City saw that light descending from the sky as if it was coming from outside the firmament. Naturally, both of them recognized this light, which was the divine light of space, the one that linked between Ziwei Segmentum and the Heavenly Mandate realm. Someone was coming from Ziwei Segmentum and descending from the sky. The cultivators from the Celestial Worthy Mountain and the Mo clan had seen this scene as well. They stared at the light and were puzzled. They had guessed that this divine light of space was coming down from Ziwei Segmentum, but at this moment, shouldn't the Ziwei Segmentum be under siege by the alliance of the 6 ancient god clans? Why would anyone be so bold as to come to Heavenly Mandate Realm at this time? To seek their death? When the devastating storm finally dissipated, a figure appeared there. The man was clad in white with a head of white hair, magnificent and exceptional. Who else could this be but Yi Futian? After repelling Wang Xiao, he learned that this side was under attack, so he came directly from Ziwei Segmentum. This was also why he had evacuated all the ordinary disciples from Heavenly Mandate Academy previously with only Lord Chen remaining. He had even gone so far as to disguise his true strength until now. The sweeping of the original realm also had a purpose in itself. It was to lure those from the Divine Prefecture to attack. Now that they were in the land of the original realm, they were in his wheelhouse. And the Mountain Master of Celestial Worthy Mountain and the Clan Lord of Mo were now in the Heavenly Mandate Realm. Yi Futian! The Mountain Master of Celestial Worthy Mountain and the Clan Lord of Mo looked extremely cold when they saw Yi Futian's appearance. The Mountain Master of Celestial Worthy Mountain, especially, whose murderous intent was ablaze and became even more terrifying, had vowed to kill Yi Futian. Now, he dared to come from Ziwei and appear here. The will of Ziwei the Great was not at Heavenly Mandate Academy, and without it, what was Yi Futian going to use to protect himself? The cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Realm also saw Yi Futian appear in the sky above the Academy, and all of them started to worship. For the Heavenly Mandate Realm, Yi Futian was the god of Heavenly Mandate, reverently referred to by many as Deity. These two top giants descended in Heavenly Mandate and killed many innocent people in one blow. Now Yi Futian was here. Many cultivators were red in the eyes with their fists tightly clenched. Deity would wash them in blood and avenge the innocent lives that were lost. Boom! The Mountain Master of Celestial Worthy Mountain released his domain as soon as he could. In an instant, in the vast expanse of space, divine mountains appeared. The surrounding area was blocked off by mountain cliffs, and every mountain cliff was covered in runes of destruction. Boundless Domain had two superpowers, namely, the Infinite Mountain and the Celestial Worthy Mountain. They were both named after the two divine mountains in Boundless Domain. It was said that Celestial Worthy Mountain was actually inherited from Wuliang the Great, but had later split off and set up its sect and became known today as the Celestial Worthy Mountain. However, the specifics back in ancient times were impossible to verify now. Still, it was indisputable that the two major forces bore similarities in certain aspects, such as their offensive techniques. The boundless realm shrouded half of Heavenly Mandate City, with countless cultivators trapped within it. One look up at the surrounding divine mountains that reach far into the firmament. The Mountain Master of Celestial Worthy Mountain could stand high above the sky, overlooking Yi Futian below. He said coldly, "You are an expert at Buddha's celerity, and we can't do anything about you out there, but now you dare enter the realm of this great path. Today, the legend of the original realm will end here. Is that what you think? Yi Futian looked at the mountain master of Celestial Worthy Mountain while moving ever higher into the sky. At the same time, the aura of the Great Path, likewise, was permeating from him and proceeded to cover the boundless space. It seemed as if he was setting up his own field of the Great Path, separating the battlefield from the rest of the heavenly mandate city in the void, to prevent others from being affected by the battle. Clan Lord of Mo also released a terrifying aura, but Lord Qin walked out of the Heavenly Mandate Academy just in time, as if there was some unsaid mutual understanding. He walked until he came directly opposite of the Clan Lord of Mo, as if he had absolute trust in Yi Futian's strength. The Mountain Master of Celestial Worthy Mountain, a supreme cultivator of the second tribulation plane, was now for Yi Futian to contend. There were several cultivators of the first tribulation plane in the sky above, whose sole attention was fixed on the battlefield. This time, Yi Futian did not use Buddha's celerity but fought with his own power. Could it be that he already could fight head-on with cultivators in the second tribulation plane? Rumble, a dull thud came out as an utmost pressure spread throughout this entire area. On the walls of those sacred mountains, runes flowed. In an instant, as if heaven and earth were collapsing, those mountains fell in the direction of Yi Futian, with a force that contained unimaginable power to immolate. Yi Futian did not move, however. He was standing there quietly as those ancient mountains fell with the terrifying power of the path and blasted on Yi Futian. Curiously, the mountains themselves pulverized as soon as they touched him. Not only was Yi Futian uninjured, but the divine mountains themselves collapsed as if they had impacted on an even stronger divine item. Deity Yi! The people of Heavenly Mandate City looked at the sky, and each one of them clenched their fists, looking extremely moved. That was a giant-level figure who blasted down a divine mountain that landed on Deity Yi. Yet, it was not able to move Deity Yi's divine body of the Great Path. How domineering was this divine body? The mountain master of Celestial Worthy Mountain gave a cold snort. He raised his hand towards the sky, and suddenly the divine light flooded the space as the Celestial Worthy seal began to form with incredible dominance. It moved with monstrous power of might that could silence this corner of the sky. His eyes were icy, and his murderous intent was as strong as ever. Boom! The Celestial Worthy seal blasted down and submerged this corner of the sky. All existence within this space was suppressed, and the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate realm felt its unstoppable power. This divine seal's blast was as mighty and as unforgiving as if an entire heaven had come slamming down. A heavy and domineering destructive power of the Great Path was aiming directly at Yi Futian for the kill. Yi Futian moved his mind slightly, and suddenly the vast world was filled with monstrous sword will. It was as if the whole world had been transformed into swordsmanship that would shatter everything in its path. Yi Futian's body, too, had turned into swordsmanship with overwhelming sword will. When he saw the Celestial Worthy seal blasting down, he stepped forward with a finger pointing towards the sky. In that instant, the Great Path was one with him, as the power of the Great Path in the vast space converged and turned into a divine sword of destruction. The radiant destructive light penetrated the firmament and blasted towards the seal. The dazzling sword light made it difficult for anyone to open their eyes. After the divine sword landed, all anyone could see was that the boundless and overbearing seal that fell from the sky had pulverized and shattered under the sword. After it had been split, it then broke into pieces and disintegrated. The Celestial Worthy seal that had covered this corner of the sky was broken up by a single sword strike. This sight made the hearts of everyone in this space domain beat wildly, including the Mountain Master of Celestial Worthy Mountain and the cultivators from the Divine Prefecture who were in the void, including the Clan Lord of Mo clan, who was close by. They all seemed to feel an unusual aura. Yi Futian had shattered the Celestial Worthy seal with a strike of his sword. What did it mean? It could only mean that Yi Futian's combat effectiveness had far surpassed the peak of the first tribulation plane. He was now at the level of the second tribulation plane. That white-haired figure stood high above the sky. His eyes, as sharp as a sword, shot a look at the Mountain Master of Celestial Worthy Mountain. He said indifferently, "You want to kill me? Do you think you could kill me?" Chapter 2598, Fall of a Giant. The master of celestial worthy mountains stared at Futian. How could a level 9 Renhuang possess such combat ability? He was well aware of how much destructive power his celestial worthy seal possessed. It contained his comprehension of the great path and his will. However, from Futian's attack, he similarly sensed the power of the great path unique to Futian. Even though Futian demonstrated swordsmanship, his swords destroyed the great path. It was as though his swords were destined to eradicate all the other great paths. Futian did not seem to belong in the Renhuang plane. Only cultivators who had undergone the divine tribulation of the great path could start their own way and possess their own will of the great path. Yet Futian had already had it. So, exactly what plane was Futian currently at? "Have you undergone the divine tribulation?" questioned the mountain master as he stared at Futian. This possibility appeared to be the only logical reason. Otherwise, he could not explain why Futian would possess such frightening combat ability. Cultivators who were at the Renhuang plane could not possibly have such combat abilities. "What do you think?" Futian did not respond to the question directly. In reality, he had undergone 2 divine tribulations. Nevertheless, the divine tribulations that he experienced were different from those the others experienced. Since Futian, a level 9 Renhuang, had already gone through 2 divine tribulations, logically speaking, the divine tribulations that he experienced should be easier than that of others. However, in reality, the might of the tribulations that he experienced was not any weaker. He was baptized twice by the divine tribulations of the great path. Both his flesh and his bones were regenerated. He had a divine body and a strong physique, to begin with. Therefore, he could often take attacks from cultivators who had been through 2 divine tribulations of the great path head-on because of these 2 reasons. Moreover, Futian's divine body was already a body of the great path. His flesh was woven from the way. In terms of flesh, there were most likely very few people in the world who were stronger than Futian. When the master of celestial worthy mountain heard Futian speaking with a nonchalant tone, he was certain that the latter had undergone the divine tribulation. Futian used some special tricks to hide his cultivation, causing it to remain at the Renhuang plane. He had fooled everyone in the divine prefecture. "Even when you invaded the divine prefecture, you did not reveal your true ability. Have you been waiting for this day to come?" the mountain master questioned. Back when Futian infiltrated Haotian's city of the divine prefecture, he utilized celerity to avoid head-on battles. All the targets that he killed were 1 tribulation cultivators. He did not battle with any 2 tribulation cultivators directly. It could be said that Futian had been hiding his true combat ability. "I have too many powerful enemies in the divine prefecture. If I don't kill off a few, it would be a poor showing in this great battle against the forces of the divine prefecture. How will I be able to leave all of you in shock and awe?" said Futian as he looked at the mountain master. "Unfortunately, you will become a sacrifice in this battle." When the master of celestial worthy mountain heard Futian's words, he first fell silent. Then, his face revealed a smile. His smile grew wider and wider, and then he began laughing loudly. In the heavens above, the space shook violently. Terrifying pressure enveloped the vast space, suppressing the entire heavenly mandate city. Even though the city was protected by Futian's domain, the laughter still caused the members of Heavenly Mandate City to have goosebumps. They felt a searing pain in their head. It was as though they were about to explode. They covered their ears with their hands as they looked up at the indomitable figure in the sky. The master of celestial worthy mountain seemed enraged by Futian's arrogance. "I dominated the boundless domain and have ruled over celestial worthy mountain for many years. In the divine prefecture, few dare to claim that they can best me. Now, a junior of the original realm actually sees me as his prey. It is ridiculous," roared celestial worthy mountain master. His voice rolled over them like huge waves, shaking the space. It was as though the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. The great path seemed to collapse all around them. Terrifying cracks in space consumed the power of the great path. Divine mountains came crashing down. It appeared as though the entire world was on the brink of destruction. The roaring laughter persisted, becoming sound waves of the great path. They shattered everything and even destroyed spiritual souls. Divine mountains came crashing down on Futian. Yet they still could not touch his divine body. However, his opponent did not just attack his flesh, he also attacked Futian's spiritual soul, causing their surroundings to become ethereal. Celestial Worthy Mountain stood out in the divine prefecture, and was the second divine holy land in the boundless domain where the ancient god clan Infinite Mountains resided. Celestial Worthy Mountain Master definitely lived up to his name. His ability was indisputable. He was a true giant-level figure. Right then, the other party's figure also disappeared. The cultivators of Heavenly Mandate City saw the figure of Celestial Worthy Mountain Master merge with his great path domain. He became a part of the divine mountain that enveloped the space. In the sky above, his face appeared. Maniacal laughter could be heard coming from all directions. The attack of the sound wave annihilated everything. Even the Mo clan leader and Lord Chen, who were engaged in a different fight, were affected by the laughter. Futian, you claim that I can't kill you. Now I wish to ask, how do you intend to kill me? A domineering voice descended along with the sound wave attack, blasting on Futian continuously. At this moment, the Mountain Master was the absolute ruler of this part of the sky. His existence was indisputable. This was his domain and his world. Futian raised his head and cast a glance at the other party. Dazzling divine light radiated from his eyes. Suddenly, the surroundings were lit with the blazing light of Buddha. Futian transformed into a Buddha. It was his Akalanatha battle form. He formed a Buddha's seal with his hands. The sound of Buddha reverberated in space as tens of thousands of Buddhist runes danced in the air. An absolute domain was formed around him. Regardless of physical attacks or spiritual soul attacks, they were all blocked outside his absolute domain. A Buddha! Someone exclaimed. This was the first time the cultivators from Heavenly Mandate City witnessed Futian in battle since he returned. The master of Celestial Worthy Mountain transformed into a deity. On the other hand, Futian transformed into a Buddha. He recited the Vajra spell, and his body was immovable like a mountain. The dual attack from the other party could not affect him at the slightest. Today, you must die here! The Buddha spoke of his determination to kill the Mountain Master. His voice was not loud, but his tone was certain and bore an air of superiority. His confidence bordered on arrogance. Futian, who had undergone 2 divine tribulations of the Great Path, had absolute confidence that he would be able to kill the Mountain Master. Is that so? We shall wait and see. As soon as the Master of Celestial Worthy Mountain said this, his domain of the Great Path in the sky shone with brilliant light. A Celestial Worthy seal was coalesced. It floated in midair and enveloped the entire domain. Its attack range covered every single corner of the space. This attack enshrouded the entire area, covering the sun and the sky. It charged downwards directly. Rune lights flowed around the Celestial Worthy seal. Each streak of rune light contained overbearing might that could eradicate all of existence. The Mountain Master shifted his will, and the attack charged forth. Futian could block his Great Path Soundwave attack, but could he block this overbearing attack of the Celestial Worthy seal? The cultivators of Heavenly Mandate City felt as though the sky had been flooded with runes. All of them were in great terror as their bodies trembled. Some weaker cultivators felt weak in their knees. A battle of this level was too terrifying. Futian and the Mountain Master could easily destroy a realm with their attacks. However, Futian had also reached such a cultivation plane. Could deity Yi, whom the Heavenly Mandate realm placed their faith in, block his opponent's attack? If he couldn't, Heavenly Mandate City would most likely be destroyed. Some cultivators thought that since deity Yi chose to face his opponent head-on, he would certainly be confident that he could kill the other party. They held fast to their faith as they looked at the battlefield in the sky. The light of Buddha glowed brilliantly. 1,000 Buddhas took form and appeared beside Futian. All of them recited Buddhist chants at the same time while they sent out palms of Mahavairakana. Concurrently, a majestic and divine ancient Buddha showed up. The palms of Mahavairakana, unleashed by the 1,000 Buddhas, gathered and combined into a gigantic palm of Mahavairakana. The palm charged towards the sky, colliding with the descending celestial worthy seal. The heavens and earth seemed to be collapsing. Cracks actually appeared on the celestial worthy seal. It was shattered from the shock waves. The palm of Mahavairakana continued to push upwards. It was extremely domineering. In the divine mountain domain of the great path, divine light shone, and another celestial worthy seal descended, suppressing the world. It crashed onto the palm of Mahavairakana, followed by a third and fourth seal. It was as though within the divine mountain domain, celestial worthy seals could be sent out endlessly until everything within the domain was destroyed. The sound of Buddha circled as Futian recited the 6 syllables of truth. The power of Buddha immediately grew stronger. 1,000 Buddhas appeared in different locations. At the same time, they extended their arms and sent out palms of Mahavairakana, which blocked off the endless waves of celestial worthy seals. At the same time, Futian's true figure emerged from the figure of the Buddha. Scorching light surged out from his body. Futian extended his hands, and divine light circled him. Within the great path domain, countless divine swords appeared. These divine swords hummed as they radiated blinding divine halos. Path-destroying power emanated from each sword. They were gigantic and gave off a sense of power. They also contained destructive will that could tear the space apart. Avicii! Futian looked up at the sky, and countless divine swords shot out simultaneously, ignoring the distance between him and his opponent. Bang! A divine sword slashed on a falling celestial worthy seal. It was then followed by a second sword and then a third. Countless divine swords sliced through the celestial worthy seals. At the same time, Futian himself seemed to have transformed into a sword. He was indestructible and could pierce through all things. He was the embodiment of swordsmanship. Or it could be said that, currently, he was a divine sword. Buzz! A beam of light flashed as a divine sword traversed across space and penetrated through a celestial worthy seal. Then, it struck the divine mountain domain, which was high in the sky. The sword stabbed into the region where the face of the mountain master was, causing a dull thud to sound in the great path domain. It was then followed by a second sword and then a third. Innumerable swords followed suit and struck on different parts of the divine mountain domain. The divine mountain domain was riddled with divine swords. Beams of destructive divine light radiated, causing fissures to appear on the divine mountain domain. Brilliant light shone through the cracks. The face of the master of celestial worthy mountain appeared on the wall of the domain. He revealed a terrified expression. He was no longer bearing an air of authority like he was before. Instead, he was in a panic now. Rumble. Rumble. The cracks on the divine mountain domain propagated continuously, and the domain started crumbling. Countless fissures were illuminated at the same time. Then, an exceptionally dazzling divine light burst forth. The domain was completely crushed. It appeared as though the sky was shattered. Soon, the space above Heavenly Mandate City regained its peace. Clouds drifted idly in the sky. The cultivators could no longer sense the might pressuring down on them. The silhouette of the mountain master could not be found either. Futian alone remained standing in midair. With his white hair and white robes, he appeared glorious. The master of celestial worthy mountain had perished. A cultivator who had undergone 2 divine tribulations of the great path had died at the hands of Futian. The hearts of the other cultivators from the divine prefecture trembled violently. They couldn't help but escape. They dashed in different directions. However, beams of divine light instantly descended upon them despite their distance from Futian. The divine light sliced through them, causing them to pause in their tracks. After revealing his true ability, Futian could kill 1 tribulation cultivators with a flick of his wrist. Chapter 2599 The Disappearance of 2 Major Forces of the Divine Prefecture. After the Lord of Emo clan perished, the space above Heavenly Mandate City returned to its tranquility. The terrifying aura that pressured down on everyone dissipated. It was as though nothing had happened. Only the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate City knew that an intense battle had occurred here just now. Futian first killed the master of Celestial Worthy Mountain. Then, he annihilated the cultivators from the Divine Prefecture. Finally, he joined forces with Lord Chen to kill the Lord of Mo clan. All the cultivators from the Divine Prefecture who invaded the Heavenly Mandate Realm had been eradicated in this battle. 2 giant-level figures had also perished here. Not even mentioning the Heavenly Mandate Realm, even in the Divine Prefecture, it had been too long since 2 giant-level figures had perished on the same day. However, such a scene had occurred in the Heavenly Mandate Realm today. In Heavenly Mandate City, everyone raised their heads to adore the silhouette of the white-haired youth. His temperament was unparalleled. Some senior members in the realm had been through other battles in the past. This was certainly not the first time cultivators from the Divine Prefecture invaded the Heavenly Mandate Realm. They had encircled the realm once before this. Other than that, the Heavenly Mandate Realm had also experienced being attacked by the Shen clan, Holy Land of Taichu, and top forces from the 9 realms. This piece of land had suffered many hardships. It had gone through a few reconstructions after being destroyed several times. Forces from almost all sides had invaded this realm before. Nevertheless, the Heavenly Mandate Academy, which had been attacked countless times, still remained standing now. This feeling was inexplicable. Some former members of the Heavenly Mandate Academy were in their middle age or even old age now. They were overwhelmed with emotions as they looked at the charismatic figure in the sky. Amidst the silence, they whispered, "May the Heavenly Mandate Realm prosper! May the Heavenly Mandate Realm prosper!" Many people followed suit and said this in a low voice. Some of them were so touched that they knelt on the floor and prostrated before Futian. They earnestly hoped that the Heavenly Mandate Realm would not go through any more hardship after this. Today, Deity Yi had slain 2 giant-level figures in the Heavenly Mandate Realm and killed several Tribulation Plane cultivators. From today onwards, how many people from the Divine Prefecture would dare attack this realm? Lord Chen finished plundering the spoils from these cultivators. An intense wave of emotion welled up inside him. Before this, no one knew about Futian's ability. Although Lord Chen speculated that Futian could do battle with a giant-level figure, he never imagined that Futian would be able to kill a 2 tribulation existence. He lowered his head and glanced down at the countless worshipping figures in Heavenly Mandate City. He then looked up at the white-haired youth who was standing proudly in the sky. Although Futian already had a glorious battle record, today, he would be renowned just from this battle. The significance of this battle was different compared to those that came before. This was a battle that would truly make a name for Futian. He had killed a 2 tribulation cultivator. From this day forth, he would walk the path to the top. He was 1 step below the level of a great emperor. Killing and battling were 2 different things. As the heir of great Emperor Ziwei, he would lead the Ziwei segmentum towards a new glorious future. He would also establish a new golden age for the original realm. Without the involvement of the great emperors in the future, the original realm would become another independent superpower apart from the Divine Prefecture, the empty Divine Realm, as well as the Dark World. Of course, only when Futian truly claimed the title of Emperor would the Ziwei segmentum be qualified to be an Emperor-level force like the Divine Prefecture and the other forces. Would this day be far off? The changes of the world would begin from the original realm. Would this prophecy come true through Futian? All the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture, including Wang Xiao from Tianyan City, wanted to be a hero of this chaotic world. They wanted to be the protagonists who brought about change in this era. However, there was only one main character. Who would this era belong to? The Mo clan from the Divine Prefecture was a glorious clan with ancient history. They had countless cultivators. In the main palace of the Mo clan, a group of elders was looking at the shattered crystal before them with astonished looks. Intense terror welled up inside of them as their hearts trembled uncontrollably. They did not believe what they had witnessed. "Clan Lord is dead," said a voice with some difficulty. It was not just the Clan Lord. All the cultivators the Clan Lord had brought had perished. It was over for the Mo clan. They were no longer a superpower. Right now, the other cultivators of the Mo clan still did not know about this. They were still busy with their own cultivation. Dong. Right then, a bell rang. It seemed to be the death knell of the end days. All the cultivators of the Mo clan looked up towards the palace that towered into the clouds. Their hearts trembled violently. What had happened? Dong! 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 The bell continued to ring. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked towards the direction of the bell. The bell rang 9 times consecutively. This was the death knell of destruction. What had happened exactly? In the sky above the palace, a group of elders appeared. They were all cultivators from the older generation of the Mo clan. They looked towards the lands of their clan. The space was silent. No one spoke. Even the children did not make noise. "Clan Lord has died," an elder said. This news came as a shock. The hearts of all the cultivators of the entire Mo clan were trembling. The clan lord had perished. What exactly had happened? The clan lord and the 6 major ancient god clans of the Divine Prefecture had headed out towards the original realm to participate in the battle to kill Futian and destroyed the Ziwei segmentum. The clan lord had perished now. What did this mean? "This is impossible," said a cultivator. Some of them did not dare to believe that this was true. They doubted the elder's words. An elder said in a loud voice, "Clan Lord and Celestial Worthy Mountain Master headed over to attack the Heavenly Mandate Realm. They were ambushed by Futian. Before Clan Lord perished, an elder sent back a message: Futian can already kill 2 tribulation cultivators. They will most likely perish in the Heavenly Mandate Realm. The elder ordered us to disband the clan if they and Clan Lord perished." This was truly a bolt out of the blue. Everyone went numb from the shock as they stood with blank expressions where they were. The clan lord and the elders had gone over to the Heavenly Mandate Realm to kill Futian, yet they had instead been ambushed and slain. The Mo clan would be disbanded. "I object," someone roared. It was hard to accept this immediately. A top-level clan which was known all over the Divine Prefecture would be disbanded just like that. The elder who stood in the sky above the palace swept a glance at the other party and continued, "Clan Lord was killed. This means that Futian's abilities are already unfathomable. If we attempt to seek revenge, the clan will be destroyed. For our safety, we can only disband." The elder sent back this message to ensure the safety of the Mo clan. The elder continued, "Back then, invading the original realm to get at Futian was the most fatal mistake our clan has made. We have also continued to make mistakes and did not manage to kill him in time to prevent future trouble. Since that is the case, the Mo clan will pay the price for all the wrongs we have committed." The elder's voice contained an intense sadness. From this day forth, the Mo clan would be history in the Divine Prefecture. As he said this, many people in the Mo clan fell to their knees. They felt an endless wave of sadness. Celestial Worthy Mountain was the divine mountain of the boundless domain. However, it had been torn apart. Only an old man with white hair remained standing at the top of the mountain. The old man was guarding the jade scrolls of life that belonged to the last few cultivators of Celestial Worthy Mountain. When he saw that the jade scrolls shattered into pieces one by one, he knelt on the ground and broke into tears. He wept and wailed, "Celestial Worthy Mountain has been eradicated." From this day forth, the name of Celestial Worthy Mountain was removed from the Divine Prefecture. It was truly gone. It was but history now. There was no hope of them being revived. The old man sat on the ground with his eyes shut. Snow gently fell on top of the mountain. The breathing of the old man slowly came to a halt as he lost his vital signs. Time seemed to have stopped here. Celestial Worthy Mountain of the Divine Prefecture was history. The news of 2 major forces being annihilated spread in the Divine Prefecture. Everyone was shocked by the news. The name of Futian once again reverberated throughout the Divine Prefecture. This white-haired youth appeared to be a legend that could not be defeated. So, it seemed like he could already kill cultivators who had undergone 2 divine tribulations of the Great Path? The alliance of the 6 major ancient god clans, stationed outside of the Ziwei segmentum in the original realm, also received news of what happened. They were taken aback by what they heard and were at a loss for words. Futian had killed the master of Celestial Worthy Mountain and the lord of Mo clan. Just when they were encircling the Ziwei segmentum, he slaughtered 2 giant-level figures. The news interrupted all their plans and shattered their confidence. All their plans stopped abruptly. They did not continue building the Sky Castle. The clan lords of the 6 major ancient god clans were stronger than the 2 giant-level figures who had fallen. Besides that, they came prepared this time. However, the tables had turned the moment Futian possessed the ability to kill a giant-level figure. They were no longer safe here. The lord of Tianyan City remained silent after he heard the news. Wang Xiao, who was still injured, had also caught wind of the news. When Wang Xiao found out that Futian could already kill giant-level figures, he remained as quiet as the dead. He, Wang Xiao, was the unrivaled? Futian was once again a step ahead of him. All of them were under the impression that Wang Xiao would be able to eradicate the Ziwei segmentum with the help of imperial arms after he had undergone 2 divine tribulations of the Great Path. However, right now, they lost that confidence. Futian had already killed 2 tribulation existences. Even if Wang Xiao could break through to the next plane, what advantage would he have to enable him to penetrate through the defense of the Ziwei segmentum? Wang Xiao stood with his hands behind his back. He went into a daze as he looked at the deep and vast space before him. He came from an extraordinary background and obtained the inheritance of a great emperor. He could communicate with imperial arms and had matchless talent. However, in this era, he encountered Futian. Back then, with Wang Zhao's cultivation level, he had lost to Futian. Even if he broke through to the next plane, could he defeat the current Futian? Wang Xiao was not confident that he could do so. He was no longer the person he was before. Rather, his confidence had been shattered time and time again by Futian. Was Wang Xiao the unrivaled? Hearing it now, even he felt that it was a mockery. Before his eyes was a person that he would never be able to surpass. The lord of Tianyan City walked up behind Wang Xiao. He looked at Wang Zhao's lonely silhouette and secretly sighed. Now, he did not know what to say. Tianyan City had such a monstrous figure with exceptional talent. Why had he encountered Futian? The lord of Tianyan City only had one thought in mind. He had to kill Futian. As long as Futian was dead, Wang Xiao would still be unrivaled. In the distance, figures traversed across space and approached them. The arriving cultivators were members of other ancient god clans. After they received the news, they rushed here immediately to meet up with the cultivators of Tianyan City. Futian had killed cultivators who had undergone 2 divine tribulations of the Great Path. This meant that their plan could not be executed at all. It was once again a complete failure. They could not handle the Ziwei segmentum. Just then, down below, an illusory figure appeared. It was the figure of Futian, and he was walking towards them. This caused the various cultivators to reveal strange looks. Their gazes were all fixed on the figure walking towards them. Chapter 2600 Banishment. An exterior incarnation, someone said. The cultivators of the ancient god clans looked towards Futian. There was no aura on this figure. It appeared both real and ethereal, like it might dissipate into nothing at any moment. Although Futian killed 2 giant-level figures, the heads of 6 major ancient god clans were here. Their abilities were more powerful than Celestial Worthy Mountain Master and Mo clan lord. Moreover, Wang Xiao, who wielded imperial arms, was with them. Futian would certainly not take the risk to come here in person. If he did so, he would just be handing them an opportunity to kill him. The illusory figure stopped before them. Although it was just an incarnation, it seemed real. The cultivators of the 6 major ancient god clans stared at the figure. None of them said anything. Wang Xiao was also staring at the figure. Why had Futian's exterior incarnation come here? To the 6 major ancient god clans and all the other forces, leave the original realm immediately. Also, without my permission, never step foot in the original realm again, said Futian as he looked at the cultivators of the 6 major ancient god clans. He was facing the heads of the 6 major ancient god clans. In the divine prefecture, the 6 of them were existences who stood at the peak. However, right now, Yi Futian's exterior incarnation was talking to them with a commanding tone. He wanted them to leave the original realm, and they were not allowed to enter the realm again without his permission. He was so domineering. The expressions of the giant-level figures of the 6 major ancient god clans were ugly. When had they ever been threatened in such a manner? "Are you here to negotiate?" asked the lord of Tianyan City with a voice as cold as ice as he stared at Yi Futian. Yi Futian stated, "This is not a negotiation. I merely came to inform all of you. From this day forth, if any of you step into the original realm and are discovered by me, I will ensure that your ancient god clans will not have peace. Your disciples will not dare to take a step out of your bases." His tone was indifferent, but it contained an unquestionable threat. His words were domineering, and the 6 major ancient god clans depressingly realized that he could actually pull it off. With Yi Futian's current cultivation and ability, even though he could not slaughter his way into the bases of the ancient god clans, he could restrict their cultivators from coming out. He could also hunt them down one by one. Also, if another member of the Ziwei segmentum perishes due to the kill order or is killed by one of your members, I will pay you back 100-fold. Continued Yi Futian. Starting from now, get lost. Leave the original realm and do not appear in my sight again. Yi Futian wanted the cultivators of the 6 major ancient god clans to get out of the original realm. They were not to appear in his sight again. The conversation now was an utter humiliation to the 6 major ancient god clans. No one had ever dared to talk to them like this. However, today, Yi Futian from the original realm had directly issued them an order. He wanted them to leave the realm. Otherwise, he would ensure that their ancient god clans would never have peace. They were furious. Terrifying pressure swept out from their figures and landed on Yi Futian's exterior incarnation. However, his incarnation did not seem affected by their auras at all. He continued, "Keep in mind that I am only giving you 1 day. After 1 day, I will carry out what I said. You will bear the consequences of your actions." As he said this, his exterior incarnation became a ball of light of the Great Path and disappeared without a trace. It was as though it had never appeared and no one had said anything. However, everything that had happened was already seared into the cultivators' minds of the 6 major ancient god clans. This was a disgrace. This was utter humiliation. Their ancient god clan reigned high and mighty. The domain chief's manner showed them face, and even the imperial palace had to be courteous towards them. However, today, they had experienced an unprecedented humiliation. Yi Futian wanted them to get lost from the original realm. Otherwise, they would bear the consequences of their actions. Yi Futian also only gave them 1 day to do so. Standing high above them with his arrogant attitude, he gave them a direct order. Cold wills emanated from the 6 giant-level figures. Their wills enveloped the vast space. The pressure was terrifying. Since when have they ever suffered such humiliation? Yet, that is precisely what happened here today. Most crucially, they were pondering Yi Futian's words and contemplating whether or not they would retreat. This was an even greater humiliation. Yi Futian's threat was also a truce. That meant that as long as they retreated from the original realm, both sides would have a ceasefire and not involve themselves in each other's business. However, if they did not retreat, that meant that they would continue to attempt to destroy the Ziwei segmentum and kill its cultivators. Yi Futian would similarly begin his massacre and slaughter everyone. Now that Yi Futian was giving them a choice, would they retreat? After feeling enraged, they calmed down. For figures at their level, their emotional states would not be affected for very long. Their main concern was still cost and benefit. "What do all of you think?" asked the Lord of Tianyan City. How could he have imagined that the current head of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, which he had destroyed with a wave of his hand, could already pose a threat to him? Before this, they believed that Yi Futian's cultivation was only sufficient to kill 1 tribulation cultivators. They had wanted to seal off the Ziwei segmentum and find a way inside. However, now that Yi Futian could kill 2 tribulation cultivators, could they seal off the Ziwei segmentum? If they stood guard in the 6 main directions, Yi Futian might ambush them at any given moment. Aside from the 6 giant-level figures, who else could stop Yi Futian? It is indeed pointless to remain here, said the Jian clan ancient royal family head. We should leave first. We can discuss how to kill Yi Futian later. Agreed, added the Vajra region lord. There is still plenty of time. When we find the chance, we can kill him then. As long as they killed Yi Futian, everything would end. Infinite Mountain's master quietly watched all of this. Before this, his uncle master had told him that Yi Futian might possess 2 tribulation combat ability. As expected, it was as his uncle master had speculated. This war was growing troublesome. It seemed as though they were in a stalemate. If that is the case, then let's retreat, said the lord of the Futian clan. Before this, they had issued the kill order and rallied the forces of the entire divine prefecture to destroy the Ziwei segmentum and kill Yi Futian. However, now that they were outside of the Ziwei segmentum, they were retreating. The 6 major ancient god clans very quickly came into agreement to leave the Ziwei segmentum. Wang Xiao quietly watched from the side all this while. Was this the turning point of the war? The Ziwei segmentum led by Yi Futian no longer feared the ancient god clans. The 6 major ancient god clans retreated from this place. Very quickly, all of them disappeared from the starry sky. It was as though no one had ever appeared in this silent space. It felt like nothing had happened at all. After the various cultivators retreated, they summoned back their members in the original realm and returned to the divine prefecture together. They had all decided to give up the original realm. As ancient god clans, even if they gave up the original realm, it was not a significant loss to them. Yi Futian immediately knew when the 6 major ancient god clans retreated from the Ziwei segmentum. With a beam of swirling starlight, a group of cultivators led by Yi Futian appeared on the outskirts of the Ziwei segmentum. Lord Qin, Shi Qiyao, and the others were also present. Lord Qin said, "Palace Lord, you killed 2 giant-level figures in this battle and destroyed 2 peak forces of the divine prefecture. You have shocked the cultivators of the divine prefecture and threatened the 6 major ancient god clans to the point that they left. Are you planning to have some rest and recuperate after this?" Yi Futian nodded his head and said, "After this battle, the kill order will no longer pose a threat to us. No one from the divine prefecture will dare to mess with the Ziwei segmentum easily." It was time for the cultivators of the Ziwei segmentum to head out again into the world. There was no point in them continuing to stay in the segmentum and be at a war of attrition with the 6 major ancient god clans. Lord Chen understood Yi Futian's intention. He nodded his head slightly and said, "I will prepare our men to once again head to the bases of the 6 major ancient god clans in the original realm and claim all of them as our own." In this battle, it was not just the various cultivators of the divine prefecture who were astonished. In the original realm, there is probably no one who dares to contend with us anymore. Yi Futian's first goal after coming out of seclusion was to reclaim the lands of the original realm. "I will leave it to you, Lord Qin," said Yi Futian. Then, Lord Qin and the others left. After the various cultivators left, Hua Jieyu and Shi Qiao still remained. Shi Qiao looked at Hua Jieyu with her beautiful gaze. Yi Futian looked at her and said, "Goddess Qiao, do you have something you wish to say?" Responded Shi Qiao as she nodded her head. "You did not wish to continue this war of attrition with the 6 major ancient god clans because you believed in your own abilities. Given time, you can destroy the ancient god clans in the future. Hence, you merely banished them." Yi Futian did not say anything. Instead, he just looked at her. Shi Qiao seemed to want to tell him something. "I just want to give you a reminder," said Shi Qiao. "Before this, I have told you that the ancient god clans have rich inheritances. There is more to them than you can imagine. It is the same this time. The ancient god clans have had inheritances of great emperors for countless years. They have more than just a simple will of a great emperor. Whatever you can think up, they can also do the same. You must be careful in the future." Shi Qiao was born into an ancient god clan, so she was naturally most familiar with them. She was also the goddess of West Imperial Palace, and an heir to a great emperor. She would certainly know more about these matters than others. "I will," answered Yi Futian seriously as he nodded. He took Shi Qiao's words to heart. Before this, he attacked the Infinite Mountains as a test. On top of Infinite Mountain, he encountered an elder who used the will of the Divine Mountain to unleash extremely powerful might. Aside from that, he did not know what else was there within the Divine Mountain. In Futian City, he had felt the will of Futian. The great emperor had even spoken to him, and he had mocked the fallen old god. Nevertheless, had the old god truly fallen? There was most likely more to them than met the eye. Regardless, the Ziwei Segmentum had won a great victory this time. The 6 major ancient god clans, as well as the forces of the Divine Prefecture, had given up on the original realm. They were banished and returned to the Divine Prefecture. 2 giant-level forces were also destroyed. News of this got out very quickly. One could imagine how shocking this news was. Futian was truly like the sun in the sky. Everyone in the Divine Prefecture knew his name. Even youths were talking about him. As for the forces of the Divine Prefecture, they thought that the current original realm and Ziwei Segmentum were already comparable to an ancient god clan. The Ziwei Segmentum had 2 giant-level figures, Futian and Lord Qin. They also had the inheritance of Great Emperor Ziwei as well as various powerful cultivators. Their lineup was already no weaker than that of an ancient god clan. A new giant-level force was born in the original realm. They wanted to dominate the realm. In this chaotic world, could the Ziwei Segmentum maintain its grasp on the original realm? Chapter 2601, Yu Sheng's Identity. After Futian banished the 6 major ancient god clans, the forces of Ziwei Imperial Palace began to expand across the original realm. They occupied the bases of the 6 major ancient god clans and constructed teleportation grand matrices. They taught the way in the Heavenly Mandate realm as well as the original 9 Supreme Imperial realms. On the other side, the Ziwei Segmentum began selecting monstrous cultivators. The core members of Ziwei Imperial Palace began busying themselves with work. Futian concocted another batch of elixirs and then continued to cultivate. The forces of the Divine Prefecture would not dare to offend the Ziwei Segmentum in the near future. In the year 10,133 of the Divine Prefecture calendar, a piece of news spread across the Divine Prefecture and shocked the populace. The Devil World was sending their troops to the Divine Prefecture and wanted to wage war against them. For the Divine Prefecture, this news was like a bolt out of the blue. Ever since the chaotic war back then, after Dongwang the Great unified the Divine Prefecture, there had not been any large-scale wars. The Dark World and the empty Divine Realm had provoked them many times, but those weren't considered large-scale wars. However, the Devil World was now waging war against the Divine Prefecture first. A dropped stone raised 1,000 ripples. If the Devil World invaded the Divine Prefecture, the Dark World and the empty Divine Realm would be ready to move. They would gather their armies and wait to conquer the Divine Prefecture. It seemed that a chaotic war of the worlds was about to unfold. As expected, the Devil World was extremely domineering and intended to invade the territories of the Divine Prefecture directly. What vendetta did they have against the Divine Prefecture? The Devil World chose the lands of the Divine Prefecture as their battleground, so the original realm was peaceful. The cultivators of various forces based in the original realm were summoned back to the Divine Prefecture. After all, an incident of this magnitude would lead to a clash between the various major worlds. The cultivators of the various major worlds naturally returned to their bases to prepare to face this cataclysmic war. The Ziwei Segmentum was far removed from the various major worlds. Due to their conflict with the Divine Prefecture, both the Dark World and the empty Divine Realm wanted to use them. Hence, no one had attacked the Ziwei Segmentum and the original realm. This secretly made Futian feel lucky. The Divine Prefecture had invited such turmoil, while the Ziwei Segmentum could develop in peace. In the main city of the Ziwei Segmentum, in a tavern not far from Ziwei Imperial Palace, a black-robed figure was drinking wine. Although he had not intentionally unleashed his aura, the people around him could still sense how powerful he was. He was certainly an extremely frightening figure. He had been very quiet, and had not disturbed anyone else, merely drinking wine alone. Right then, several people walked up the stairs of the tavern, came to the table opposite his own, and sat down. These people were rather young, but their temperaments were extraordinary. One could tell that they weren't ordinary figures at a glance. The leading youth glanced at the black-robed figure and said, "From your temperament, you don't seem like an ordinary figure. May I have the honor of having a drink with you?" The black-robed man still kept his head down. He did not look at the other party as he replied, "When it comes to wine, I have never turned down anyone." "Excellent then," replied the youth. As he said this, he waved his hand, and a wine jar flew towards the black-robed figure like a golden bolt of lightning. It was terrifying. Even the space surrounding the wine jar seemed to split apart. However, the black-robed figure extended his hand slightly and calmly received the wine jar. He then poured himself some wine and drank a cup, saying, "Many thanks." Outsiders could not make out anything from this casual exchange. However, the youth frowned slightly and asked, "May I ask who you are?" The youth was Fang Xiyuan, Futian's disciple. He was now responsible for many affairs in Ziwei Imperial Palace. For such a cultivator to appear in the city, Fang Xiyuan was naturally on high alert. He had come over to see who had arrived. At the very least, he wanted to identify the other party's background and determine whether they came with good or bad intentions. The black-robed figure raised his head and looked at Fang Xiyuan with unfathomable jet-black eyes. He then exclaimed, as expected of his disciple, "You are indeed extraordinary." "You know my master?" asked Fang Xiyuan. "I wish to meet him," said the black-robed figure. Fang Xiyuan frowned. Next to him, Duo Yu said, "Master does not meet with just anyone. If you wish to meet with him, you must first announce yourself." "I am Mei Ting from the Devil World," replied the black-robed figure. Fang Xiyuan and the others fell silent. They naturally had heard of this name before. Right now, the Devil World was at war with the Divine Prefecture. Why had Mei Ting, a general of the Devil World, appeared in Ziwei City looking for Futian? What was his intention for coming here? "I will inform Master now," said Fang Xiyuan after deliberating in silence for a while. He then informed Futian. Not long after, Futian appeared in the tavern. The cultivators in the tavern all stood up and looked at Futian with looks of admiration. Futian was already a legendary figure in the Ziwei segmentum. Futian's gaze landed on Mei Ting. He stepped forward, came to Mei Ting's table, and sat down. He said, "I haven't seen you in a long while, sir. What wisdom do you have to bestow upon me this time? I believe you have heard about the incident with the Divine Prefecture," said Mei Ting. As he said this, a boundary formed around the two of them, isolating their conversation from the outside world. Clearly, he did not wish for their conversation to be overheard by others. Futian nodded and said, "That is why I am curious as to why you, a general of the Devil World, have appeared here. The army of the Devil World invaded this time with not just the Divine Prefecture as their goal. The original realm is also within their sights," said Mei Ting. "The Devil Emperor ordered for the invasion of the original realm. Do you know who he appointed as the commander of the army?" Futian's gaze narrowed as he stared at Mei Ting. He had a bad premonition. He only knew a few people from the Devil World. For Mei Ting to pose the question in such a manner, Futian must have known the person who had been appointed, and he must have some relation with that person. "Yu Xing!" Futian exclaimed as he stared at Mei Ting. "Yes," replied Mei Ting as he looked Futian in the eye. "The Devil Emperor ordered Yu Xing to lead a large army from the Devil World to invade the original realm. Yu Xing has a history with you. After he conquers the original realm, the Devil Emperor wants you to be subordinate to the Devil World and serve him." Futian initially believed that he had been lucky and that the Devil World had chosen the Divine Prefecture as their battleground, ignoring the original realm. He never imagined that the Devil World not only planned to invade the Divine Prefecture, at the same time, they were also eyeing the original realm. Moreover, the Devil Emperor appointed Yu Xing as the commander in charge of invading the original realm. Did he reject the order? Futian asked. The armies of the Devil World did not come. Therefore, Yu Xing clearly had rejected the Devil Emperor's order. That's right. Mei Ting nodded and said, not only did he refuse to obey the order, but he also publicly went against the Devil Emperor. Yu Xing knew that Yi Futian was in the original realm and was the ruler of the Ziwei segmentum. The former naturally didn't want the troops of the Devil World to invade the place. He wanted to stop the plan. Hence, he disobeyed the Devil Emperor's order. Yi Futian's expression turned ugly. He was worried about Yu Xing. At this point, few people could affect Yi Futian's mood. Yu Xing was one of those few people. Yi Futian didn't know much about the characteristics of the Devil Emperor, but the latter would surely be a domineering figure. He was the legendary figure who united the Devil World in the past. He had defeated all the demons in the Devil World and had never lost a battle. Would such an overbearing figure tolerate disobedience? How is he now? Yi Futian asked. Do you know Yu Xing's identity? Mei Ting responded with another question. Yi Futian shook his head. The true identity of Godfather remained a mystery to him even now. He is the nephew of the Devil Emperor. Mei Ting revealed to Yi Futian. Yi Futian's heart trembled violently upon hearing the news. Was Yu Xing the nephew of the Devil Emperor? Then wouldn't it mean that Godfather was the brother of the Devil Emperor? Yi Futian never imagined that Godfather and the Devil Emperor were siblings. The Devil Emperor does not have any children. Mei Ting continued. His line seemed to hint at something. The Devil Emperor did not have any children, he only had direct disciples. In that case, Yu Xing was the only person related to the Devil Emperor by blood. Moreover, Yu Xing possessed frightening talent in demonic arts. Based on Yu Xing's former position in the Devil World, Yi Futian could tell that the Devil Emperor emphasized him. From the looks of it, the Devil Emperor might be training Yu Xing as his successor. However, Mei Ting mentioned Yu Xing's identity when Yi Futian asked about his current well-being. What did Mei Ting mean by that? The Devil Emperor has been betrayed once, so, Mei Ting said. Now Yu Xing has been imprisoned by him. Yi Futian's heart skipped a beat. His face turned pale. He understood what Mei Ting meant now. The Devil Emperor had been betrayed once. Was the betrayer Godfather? If that was the case, what would the Devil Emperor think now that Yu Xing, whom he had devoted his time training, had disobeyed his order? Would he tolerate yet another betrayal? Currently, Yu Xing was imprisoned. Now, the Devil Emperor might demand more of Yu Xing than just leading troops into the original realm. Yu Xing has disobeyed him because of you, Mei Ting explained as he looked at Yi Futian. He sighed and continued. You have a better understanding of Yu Xing than I do. With his personality, do you think he will agree to the Devil Emperor's demands? He won't. Yi Futian was clear about Yu Xing's answer. If the Devil Emperor ordered Yu Xing to attack Yi Futian, would Yu Xing compromise and agree to obey? He would never do so. I am not supposed to be here today, but I came because I want to let you know about this matter. Farewell, Mei Ting said. Then, he waved his hand, removed the boundary, and disappeared from the tavern right away. After Mei Ting left, Yi Futian remained sitting and was in a daze. He looked pale. Master. Worried, Fang Xiyuan and the others approached him. They had been with Yi Futian for many years and had never seen him with such a dejected expression. What had happened? What matter did Mei Ting and Master discuss when they were in the sealed space just now? Master, is something wrong? Little Ling couldn't help but ask too. Nothing. I am heading back first. You don't have to worry about me, Yi Futian replied. Then, he disappeared without a trace. This caused the others in the tavern to reveal shocked expressions. What happened? Tai Tu mumbled. Fang Xiyuan stared at the spot where Yi Futian had been and said, Since Master did not tell us, it probably means that we can help him with it. Let's hope that everything is fine. Chapter 2602, Submission. In the sleeping quarters of Ziwei Imperial Palace, Yi Futian sat alone, seemingly deep in contemplation. Hua Jiayu came to his side and sat down quietly behind him, not disturbing him. She could tell that Yi Futian had something on his mind, so she merely sat there silently and kept him company. The news that Mei Ting brought made Yi Futian restless. First of all, he had to determine the truth of the news that the latter had brought. He speculated that the news should be true. There was no need for Mei Ting to lie to him. If this was a scheme by the Devil World against Yi Futian, it was unnecessary. If the Devil Emperor wanted to deal with him, it would be child's play for the former to do so. Moreover, Yi Futian had witnessed Yu Xing's position in the Devil world before. If no harm had come to Yu Xing, it was even more unlikely for Mei Ting to use Yu Xing as an excuse to trick Yi Futian. He hoped that the news was fake, yet he had to fundamentally eliminate this possibility. If so, the next question he needed to ponder was what he would do about it. What Mei Ting said was true. With Yu Xing's character, he couldn't compromise with the Devil Emperor. Yi Futian did not know what sort of person the latter was for now, but the master who ruled over the Devil world would certainly be extremely imposing. The demonic techniques that he cultivated would also be extremely domineering. One could imagine the character of such a person. Would the Devil Emperor tolerate Yu Xing not compromising? Fool! Chided Yi Futian in a low voice. He seemed to have come to a decision. He let out a long breath and then turned to look at Hua Jieyu. He saw her smiling sweetly at him. She extended her hand and pushed the white hair in front of his head away. Her eyes shone with gentleness. Yi Futian sensed the tenderness in her actions and felt greatly comforted. He asked softly, Jieyu, how long have we known each other? It has been 137 years since we first met, and this is our 133rd year together. Hua Jieyu replied gently. It was now year 10,133 of the Divine Prefecture calendar. They decided to become a couple during the fireworks celebration, which marked the arrival of year 10,000 of the Divine Prefecture calendar. It has been more than 100 years. Yi Futian stared at the beauty in front of him, smiled, and said, At that time, Yu Xing and I were both still youths. You were the top beauty of Qinzhou Academy. When you fell in love with me, most likely everyone in the academy thought that you had gone blind. They were certainly the blind ones. Hua Jieyu responded with a sweet smile. Yi Futian shook his head. He cupped her face in his hands, declaring, The luckiest things I have encountered in life are meeting you and becoming brothers with Yu Xing. Hua Jieyu's eyes glistened with joy. However, she asked softly, Did something happen to Yu Xing? Yi Futian was momentarily stunned. Then, he smiled and said, I can't hide anything from you. Aside from Yu Xing, there's no one else who can make you so emotional. Hua Jieyu explained with a smile. Are you planning to go to the Devil world? Yi Futian did not dare to look Hua Jieyu in the eyes as he replied. Go ahead, Hua Jieyu said directly. Yi Futian was stupefied. He looked at Hua Jieyu with puzzlement. They were talking about the Devil world now. Moreover, Yu Xing was imprisoned by the Devil Emperor. One could imagine how perilous his trip would be. We're talking about Yu Xing. Why would I stop you? Said Hua Jieyu while staring into Yi Futian's eyes. Her gaze was cheerful as before. She assured him, saying, Don't worry. I will not go with you. I will wait for your return in Ziwei Imperial Palace. She knew very well what Yi Futian was thinking. As she had said, they were talking about Yu Xing. What could stop Yi Futian from rescuing him? How could she stop him? If she were the one in danger, Yi Futian would do the same for her. Would Yu Xing stop him? No. He would join Yi Futian in the rescue. However, she knew that Yi Futian would not agree to let her tag along. Hence, she would wait patiently for his return here. Yi Futian's heart felt warm as he stared at her beautiful face. Hua Jieyu was most likely the person who understood him best in the world. In the Taishang domain of the Divine Prefecture. The Taishang domain was a powerful region in the Divine Prefecture. In terms of ability, Taishang domain chief ranked in the top 3 among the 18 domain chiefs. Moreover, there were 2 giant forces in the domain. One of them was the Jiang Ancient God clan. The other giant force was the Shin clan. The surname of the Shin clan members was Shin. Their ancestors were deity-level figures and great emperors. Unfortunately, their ancestors' inheritances were not passed down. In spite of that, their abilities were formidable. Currently, the Shin clan only minded their own business. Before this, they had been attacked once by Yi Futian. Even up until now, there were still many Shin clan cultivators who were trapped in the Ziwei segmentum. As a result, The Shin clan did not even dare to participate in the series of wars against the Ziwei segmentum. Up until today, the Shin clan was still worried whether or not Yi Futian would choose to settle the score with them. Shin clan lord had been training in seclusion with the intention of becoming stronger. He needed to advance half a step more before he could rest his worries of being defeated. On this day, the Shin clan lord was training in the clan. All of a sudden, terrifying ripples of the great path were stirred up around him. Shin clan lord opened his eyes, and his will scanned the surroundings. Then, a silhouette suddenly appeared in front of him. The visitor had white hair and was dressed in white robes. His temperament was extraordinary. Shin clan lord's expression turned ugly when he saw the visitor. He had finally come here after all. The visitor was none other than Yi Futian. From the looks of it, it's inevitable for us to fight, Shin clan lord said as he looked at Yi Futian. This figure before him had killed 2 giant-level figures from Celestial Worthy Mountain and Mo clan. His ability went without saying. However, Shin clan lord felt that his own ability would not be weaker than that of the 2 deceased cultivators. Nevertheless, he still did not have much confidence. Being able to put up a fight and kill the opponent were 2 very different concepts. The difference between the 2 was huge. It depends on you whether or not we will fight, Yi Futian said calmly with his hands behind his back. Shin clan lord frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" Yi Futian said, "The incident in the past resulted in my vendetta against Shin clan of the lower worlds. Even though you joined in later on, I do not have a strong reason to annihilate you. I can give you a choice. Please speak your mind." Shin clan lord could naturally feel Yi Futian's arrogant attitude. Even though the former was annoyed, he did not dare to speak up against the latter because he was weaker. Many things went without saying for Yi Futian to be able to show up in front of him without a sound or trace. If Yi Futian attacked them, the territory of the Shin clan would be reduced to flat ground immediately. "From today onwards, Shin clan will obey my commands," Yi Futian proposed with a domineering tone. He wanted a giant-level force to submit to him and work under his command. Otherwise, why would he spare them? The Shin clan lord's expression was ugly. The Shin clan was the descendant of gods. They had a rich heritage and were one of the overlords. They were one of the forces which stood at the peak among all forces of the divine prefecture. Now Yi Futian demanded them to submit to him. "This is your way of humiliating Shin clan," Shin clan lord said coldly. "If you can't swallow this humiliation, then do you accept being annihilated?" Yi Futian said as he stared into the eyes of the other party. "It is a simple choice. Would the Shin clan choose submission or destruction? You have killed 2 top figures, but you might not necessarily be able to defeat me," said Shin clan lord. Prior to our fight, Celestial Worthy Mountain Master also thought the same thing. In the end, he died, Yi Futian stated. Shin clan lord's expression turned exceptionally ugly. "Moreover, even if you want to push your luck and take a chance, how about the other members of Shin clan?" Yi Futian continued to pressure the Shin clan lord. The gaze of Shin clan lord was deadly fixed on Yi Futian. The former was struggling fiercely internally. This was indeed a very simple choice to make. However, such a simple choice would decide the fate of all the Shin clan members. Would the Shin clan choose to live at the mercy of Yi Futian? Or would they choose to die with dignity? Or perhaps, could they pretend to agree to Yi Futian's request? They would endure the humiliation and kill him when the chance arose in the future. Yi Futian silently stared at Shin clan lord. His deep and dark gaze caused the latter to feel that all his thoughts were exposed in front of Yi Futian. Even though Yi Futian was still young, both his abilities and his schemes were terrifying. "Have you decided?" "I don't have much time to waste here," Yi Futian urged. The muscles on the Shin clan lord's face twitched as he held his fists tightly. He clenched his teeth and said, "I agree. From this moment forth, the Shin clan will submit to your rule. However, if you order Shin clan to go die, I will not do it. Since you agree, you are my subordinates. It's impossible for me to command you to go to your deaths," Yi Futian assured him. "From today onwards, Shin clan is under Ziwei Imperial Palace. However, do not reveal this news to others for now. Just carry out your day-to-day business as usual. Yes, sir, Shin Clan Lord responded while lowering his head. It was as though he had accepted his new position. Futian continued to order. Give me all the teachings of Shin Clan. Besides that, I will lead a group of Shin Clan core members to cultivate in Ziwei Imperial Palace. Shin Clan Lord's expression turned stiff upon hearing his order. This be ****. Right after he yielded to Futian, the latter immediately asked for the teachings of the Shin Clan from him. Shin Clan's teachings were the foundation of their clan. Furthermore, Futian wanted to hold the core members of the Shin Clan hostage in the Ziwei segmentum. Palace Lord, you ordered someone to come and take away a group of cultivators last time. Those Shin Clan members are still in the Ziwei segmentum now, Shin Clan Lord said. I know. But it was quite rushed last time. This time, I will examine whether or not there are still talented core members among you. I will bring them to the Ziwei segmentum for better training. Futian replied. Shin Clan Lord was fuming inside, but he still nodded his head and said, All right. Clan Lord, go and prepare what I said. Futian concluded nonchalantly. Before he left for the Devil World, he needed to set up a hidden chess piece in the Divine Prefecture in case of emergencies. Of course, it would be best if he didn't need to use them. However, if any changes were to arise, this hidden chess piece would at least be somewhat useful. Shin Clan Lord was very cooperative in making sure that Futian's request was met. After that, Futian left with the group of selected Shin Clan members. However, he didn't go back to the Ziwei segmentum with them. Instead, he entrusted Blind Tai to lead them back. He had come to the Shin Clan with Blind Tai. Futian himself went to the North Cliff region, the border of the 18 domains of the Divine Prefecture. The North Cliff region was far removed from the other places. It was situated at the far north of the Divine Prefecture. However, currently, the troops of the Divine Prefecture were gathered there. Countless cultivators headed to the region too. The troops of the Devil World invaded the Divine Prefecture through the North Cliff region. Currently, the entire North Cliff region was already thrown into war. Futian made his way north. Along his journey, he saw the troops making their way towards the battlefield. Many cultivators were enlisted too. However, he ignored them and pressed on with celerity. He moved across the battlefield and moved further up north. Futian arrived at a sky river. The water was black in color and was accompanied by terrifying storms. It looked like the river was hanging from the sky. This was the Black River, the border which separated the Divine Prefecture and the Devil World. After one crossed the Black River, they would arrive at the gates, which would lead them to the Devil World. In the past, Futian had no idea about this. After he had a better understanding of the worlds, only then did he know that the Devil World and the Divine Prefecture were neighboring lands. The lands of the two major worlds were connected. Chapter 2603, Devil World. On the edge of the Black River stood an enormous border marker. The steel was already broken, but one could still vaguely recognize the giant word imprinted on it. Cliff. Before it was broken, the steel was carved with the words, North Cliff. This was the dividing line between the Devil World and the Divine Prefecture, and the end of the North Cliff region. But now, after the steel, atop the Black River, massive troops of the Devil World were appearing. They had traversed over from the other end to invade the Divine Prefecture. What was the grudge between the Divine Prefecture and the Devil World? The empty Divine Realm and the Dark World had been provoking the Divine Prefecture previously. Unexpectedly, now, the Devil World was waging war against the Divine Prefecture. However, the human realm and the world of Buddhism seemed to have a decent relationship with the Divine Prefecture. Who's there? Just then, a yell could be heard. The voice was extremely cold and exuded a freezing aura. Futian looked toward the Black River and saw a pair of demonic eyes glaring at him as though penetrating through space. Futian levitated into the air and appeared atop the Black River. His pure white clothes formed a stark contrast against the Black River. With a thought, he disappeared from where he was standing. A terrifying dark storm raged atop the Black River. Futian's figure traversed across the Black River, and he saw the Grand Devil World Army. Someone has invaded. A figure came from the Black River. He unleashed his terrifying aura but wasn't able to capture Futian. As Futian continued forward, he was rather surprised by the vastness of the Black River. With his speed, he could travel across an extremely vast area with just a thought. Yet he was still above the darkness, where the sky was dark, and it seemed as though the eyes of darkness atop the celestial skies were devouring everything in its sight. Before him was the end of the Black River, which looked like the end of the world. He could see the Devil World troops marching toward the Divine Prefecture one after another. The Devil World had clearly used its true powers in this war. They weren't just testing things out like they were with the Dark World and empty Divine Realm. Finally, Futian arrived at the end of the darkness. There were terrifying whirlpools on the dark skies. Before him, the celestial worlds turned into a soundlessly large Devil Gate. As the Devil Gate opened, there were troops coming here successively through the door from the other side. "Who's there?" One after another divine consciousness swept toward Futian. There were several sharp, domineering auras among them. Futian completely ignored them and continued to move forward. As he willed it, he appeared directly in front of that Devil Gate and stepped into it. A terrifying aura of space was floating in the air. His body was devoured by the Devil Gate. Moments later, he appeared in another world. Many terrifying auras engulfed him as several voices could be heard. "Someone is invading." Futian disappeared again. Several powerful auras were chasing after him, but they soon lost him and failed to track him down. Behind the Devil Gate, many powerful cultivators assembled. The leading few all had terrifying auras. They were all Tribulation Plane cultivators. They stared at the figure that was disappearing into the distance. Someone said, "This person's movements are unparalleled. Who in the Divine Prefecture is capable of such movements?" The cultivators shook their heads. No one knew who it was. "There's none in the Divine Prefecture, but there's one in the original realm," a middle-aged cultivator with a slim physique said, looking into the distance. The pupils of the other cultivators constricted upon hearing him. Although they were inside the Devil World, Futian's name was bright as the sun in the sky. He was renowned throughout the Divine Prefecture and the original realm. Even the top figures of the Devil World had heard of him. Furthermore, a massive incident happened at the Devil Imperial Palace recently. It was also related to him. "Why did he come to the Devil World?" someone asked impassively. "Perhaps it's because of him. We need to notify the Devil Imperial Palace. If we want to capture this person, I'm afraid we will need the Demon Sage to do it personally." As they spoke, they notified the Devil Imperial Palace that Futian had arrived. Afterward, they walked out of the Devil Gate and headed toward the Divine Prefecture. They didn't bother paying any more attention to Futian, as other people would deal with him. Futian's figure appeared in the Devil World. He stood in the void and raised his head to look toward the sky. There was no sun in the Devil World. The sky was dark as the night in the world outside. Furthermore, this sky gave people a formless sense of pressure. Futian's senses were sharp, which allowed him to feel this pressure that the world was exerting more. It was as though this pressure was omnipresent. Were the people of the Devil World enduring this divine might all the time? This was a world that was entirely different from the Divine Prefecture. Compared to the Divine Prefecture, the living conditions of the Devil World seemed to be significantly worse. According to legends, the Devil World had 9 skies, 10 continents, 4 oceans, and 8 wildernesses. Futian flew downward and reached the ground. He wanted to find a map and head straight for the Devil City. After landing on the ground, the gazes of the demonic cultivators around all swept toward him. All of them felt a little ominous. Futian's aura did not fit in with the cultivators of the Devil World at all. "Mr. Futian tried to ask someone a question, but that person just glanced at him coldly and walked away straight away. He didn't even pause. Futian was rejected several times in succession. He frowned and roughly understood why. Then, his body turned into a whirlpool and started to absorb the demonic currents in the world around him. Soon, the demonic aura flowed through him. At the same time, he changed into a black outfit. With a flash, his figure appeared in front of someone else. Afterward, things went a lot more smoothly. Before long, Futian had obtained the rough map of the Devil World. Futian didn't stay there after getting the map. Instead, he set off straight away for the demonic city of the Devil World. He desperately wanted to find information about Yuxing. He didn't know what had happened to him. Futian traversed the Devil World alone. He traveled across the 9 skies and 10 continents. On his way, he found out that the cultivation environment in the Devil World was even harsher than he had imagined. There were even powers of obliteration smiting down from atop the skies occasionally. Yet the cultivators of the Devil World seemed to have gotten used to it. Even really skillful cultivators could use it to their advantage to temper and improve their demonic arts. Futian had never seen such incredible phenomena before. Previously, Futian had gone to the Western world before. The world of Buddhism was also rather different from the Divine Prefecture. But apart from the thriving of Buddhism and how fantastic Buddhist methods were, the cultivation environment for normal people and the general environment of the world was still somewhat similar to the Divine Prefecture. On the other hand, the Devil World was greatly different. There was no daylight in the world, and it remained in darkness permanently. Even the faint light coming from atop the celestial skies seemed to be born from the aura of obliteration high up above. He also discovered a peculiar phenomenon. The population of the Devil World wasn't as dense as the Divine Prefecture. However, the average power level of the Devil World cultivators was far greater than that of the Divine Prefecture. The Divine Prefecture was home to many powerful cultivators, but there were exponentially more weaklings there. The pyramid of power was rather clear. The overall power level of the Devil World was several levels higher. This would be caused by the harsh environment of the Devil World. The weaker cultivators couldn't even survive in the environment of the Devil World. Those who managed to survive the process of natural selection were all very adaptable cultivators, which allowed them to reach a much higher level of cultivation. The demonic city, the central city of the Devil World. Futian thought that the cultivation environment here might be better than in other places. However, when he arrived, he found out that the cultivation environment of the demonic city might be the worst across the entire Devil World. Far away atop the celestial skies, he could vaguely see a palace that connected to the skies. That was the Devil Imperial Palace, also known as the Demon God Palace. There was a terrifying storm of obliteration there. Even from such a great distance, Futian could feel the terrifying aura that could suppress the entire world. Futian had never thought that the Devil Imperial Palace would be situated below a turbulent storm of obliteration that seemed like it could destroy the world. The Demon God Palace seemed like it was shrouded by that power of obliteration and was constantly enduring the world-destroying power. What kind of world is this? Futian wondered. The things that he saw right before his eyes contradicted his understanding of the world. As the main city of the Devil World, the demonic city wasn't as bustling as he had imagined. In the Divine Prefecture, the more powerful a place, the more bustling and lively it would be. But the demonic city was different from the main cities of the Divine Prefecture. There weren't that many cultivators here. However, their cultivation levels were even more powerful. Futian could see demonic emperor-level cultivators nearly everywhere. As Futian continued to walk forward, his divine consciousness covered a boundless, vast space. Instantly, many sounds in the demonic city were funneled into his eardrums. With a turn of his mind, Futian appeared below one of the demonic buildings. He raised his head and looked at the building and then walked up and found a place to sit down. The Devil World Army is nearly reaching the North Cliff region of the Divine Prefecture, said a voice from upstairs. They were talking about the war between the Devil World and the Divine Prefecture. The Demon Sage is personally leading the Devil World troops on the conquer. The Divine Prefecture cultivators are merely a mob. How will they be able to fend off our army? I wonder if the Devil Emperor will facilitate the charge this time to take down the Divine Prefecture. Another person said. Futian realized that when he mentioned the words, Devil Emperor, there was a powerful sense of reverence in his eyes. It was a genuine emotion that came from his heart. There are countless powerful cultivators throughout the 18 domains and regions of the Divine Prefecture. Below Dongwang the Great, there are the Imperial Palace cultivators and the 18 domain chiefs' manors. I'm afraid it won't be that easy either to take down the Divine Prefecture, Futian said. He seemed to want to participate in the conversation intentionally to acquire more information. The cultivators of the Divine Prefecture live in such a luxurious environment. How will they be able to stop our Devil World army? The 18 domains wouldn't stand a chance against our attacks, one of the demonic cultivators said. His voice was domineering, and he seemed to be full of confidence regarding the Devil World army's strength. Dongwang the Great is also an unparalleled being in his era. He had harmonized the land of the Divine Prefecture and invigorated the cultivation of power and strength. There are countless cultivators in the Divine Prefecture, and a great number of powerful ones. You shouldn't underestimate the enemy, Futian said impassively. Dongwang the Great's reign only lasted for several hundred years. How could he compare to the Devil Emperor? Back in those days, the Devil Emperor's might dominated the entire world. He commanded the 9 skies and 10 continents, 4 oceans, and 8 wildernesses. He sits at the Devil Imperial Palace, atop the Devil Abyss. He alone endured the demonic tribulations of the skies and propped up the 9 skies and 10 continents of the Devil World. Such might. How could Dongwang the Great even compare to him? The demonic cultivator's voice turned cold as he heard Futian. He stared at him and said, "Who are you, trying to exaggerate the powers of the enemy?" As he spoke, a faint threatening aura was unleashed, and his gaze toward Futian turned a little menacing. Futian realized that all of the people in the building were looking toward the Devil Imperial Palace. Their gazes converged onto the storm of obliteration atop the sky as they bowed in that direction. There was great piety in their eyes. The Devil Emperor was a god here. Chapter 2604 Seeking an Audience with the Devil Emperor. Futian was somewhat surprised at the respect the cultivators of the Devil World showed the Devil Emperor. In his imagination, the Devil Emperor suppressed the Devil World with his unparalleled domineering ability. Here, where the strongest was king, the demonic cultivators should be terrified of the Devil Emperor. However, when he looked at the demonic cultivators present, they showed the Devil Emperor admiration and respect that stemmed from their very cores. It is not that I wish to be a wet blanket. The Divine Prefecture is vast and endless and has countless top cultivators. If the members of the Devil World act careless and underestimate their opponent, we will only stand to lose out, Futian said indifferently. Leaving aside the other forces, the disciples of Dongwang the Great are all extraordinary people with exceptional talent. I have heard that Dongwang the Great's only daughter, Dongwang Diyuan, is also a proud daughter of heaven and is peerless among her generation. It will most likely be difficult to find someone in the Devil World who can contend with her. All the direct disciples of the Devil Emperor have peerless demonic might. As for Dongwang Diyuan, the Devil World has claimed that they want to capture her and bring her to the Devil Imperial Palace, a demonic cultivator said indifferently. As for peerless figures, Futian's expression twitched slightly. He continued testing them, saying, "There is one person whom I feel is missing out." When he said this, the others fell silent. They clearly knew who Futian was referring to. One person stood up and walked to the edge of the demon tower. He looked towards the Devil Imperial Palace and said, "He will figure it out." "How is he now?" asked Futian. This was what he truly wanted to know. "He is imprisoned beneath the Devil Abyss on the demon-slaying platform," said a voice. Futian turned to look toward the stairs of the demon tower. A silhouette approached him. It was an elder who appeared to be in his 50s. His messy hair ran down over his loose, long robe. He seemed very unconcerned with his appearance. Futian could not sense the aura of a cultivator from him. However, the more Futian looked, the more he felt that this elder was extraordinary. Futian could also do the same. If he wanted to hide his aura, others would be unable to detect it. The elder walked up to Futian's table. He walked up to the seat across from Futian and then immediately sat down, not seeking Futian's permission to do so. From downstairs, the server in the demon tower brought up a bowl of noodles and placed it in front of the elder. The elder began eating on his own, seemingly out of place with everything here. Futian observed the elder who was eating the noodles. The latter always had his head down, and his movements were neither fast nor slow. The noodles seemed exceptionally tasty, and he appeared like an ordinary person enjoying them very much. After a short while, the elder finished up the noodles. Only then did he look up at Futian, who was sitting across from him, and said, "Do you know about the devil abyss and the demon-slaying platform?" Futian stared at the elder. He was uncertain about the background of the other party. Why had this elder immediately sat across from him? Could it be that he could tell that Futian was not a cultivator of the devil world? "Elder, please shed some light on the matter," said Futian. The surrounding people revealed strange looks as they stared at Futian. There was actually someone who did not know about the devil abyss and the demon-slaying platform. "All of you, tell him about them," said the elder. He was clearly talking to the others up here. Someone said, "Legend tells that in the ancient world, the devil abyss was the second cruelest prison after the heavenly path. The collapse of the heavenly path formed the devil world. However, the devil abyss still spanned above the lands of the devil world. It is always creating destructive energy, even causing destructive catastrophes to descend. The cultivators of the devil world have always been living under the harsh conditions of the devil abyss." Someone to the side added, "After the devil emperor unified the devil world, he placed the devil imperial palace at a spot closest to the storm of the devil abyss, pacifying it. With his own power, he withstood the various demonic catastrophes and protected the lands of the devil world, allowing the cultivators here to be spared from disaster. The devil emperor also studied demonic methods, created many incredible demonic techniques, and passed them on to the members of the devil world to cultivate." "You've gone off topic," said the elder indifferently. The person speaking seemed to have gone off the rails and was reciting the achievements of the devil emperor. "The demon-slaying platform is beneath the devil abyss," said the elder as he looked at Futian. "The devil abyss sends down demonic catastrophes, which land on the demon-slaying platform. The cultivators who are imprisoned on the demon-slaying platform will face demonic catastrophes until they die. No demonic cultivator imprisoned on the demon-slaying platform has ever made it out alive. However, not just anyone is qualified to be on the demon-slaying platform. Only those who have committed severe crimes end up there. The last time the demon-slaying platform was opened was more than 400 years ago," someone added. Futian's expression turned somewhat pale. Xing was imprisoned on the demon-slaying platform beneath the devil abyss. He would face endless demonic catastrophes until he died. Although he is imprisoned there, as long as he yields, he will be released. However, he would rather betray the devil world than yield. In your opinion, is he doing the right thing?" the elder asked as he looked at Futian. "Why did he not yield?" asked Futian. "He received an order to invade the original realm. He has a brother there. For his brother, he has forsaken his own identity," said the elder. "To his brother, he is naturally not wrong for standing for his brother and valuing their friendship. From the perspective of the devil world, he disobeyed the command of the devil emperor, so he is naturally at fault," replied Futian. "He cultivated in the devil imperial palace and will inherit the devil world in the future and rule over these lands. He shoulders a heavy mission. For the sake of his brother, should he give up his duty to the world? Is it right for him to lay down his life?" the elder continued asking as he stared at Futian. "He is at fault," answered Futian as he locked eyes with the elder. "What choice do you think he should have made?" the elder asked as he looked Futian in the eye. "He should have invaded the original realm," replied Futian. The elder stared at Futian. After a brief moment of silence, he stood up and said, "Everyone knew what choice he should have made. Why didn't he?" As he mumbled, he turned around and walked down the stairs, disappearing from Futian's sight. Futian stared at the silhouette of the elder disappearing. Then, he gazed into the distance where the devil imperial palace was. Everyone knew what to choose. Why did Xing not know? Xing was not ignorant. It was just that he prioritized his brotherhood with Yi Futian. Even if Yu Xing had to turn his back against the whole world, he would still not betray Yi Futian. With a flash, Yi Futian disappeared from his original spot. The cultivators who were in the demon tower revealed shocked expressions when they saw the disappearing figure. Their wills swept out and scanned the surroundings, but they could no longer track Yi Futian's whereabouts. He is so fast. Someone commented. Who is this person? His cultivation is unfathomable. He actually did not know about the Devil Abyss and the demon-slaying platform. Someone said. Who was the elder? His background must be extraordinary. Although there was no aura emanating from him, I actually felt a formless pressure when he spoke. Someone said. They all revealed pondering looks and strange expressions. These two figures were both somewhat strange. The crowd could not get a good read on them. What was the meaning behind their conversation? They could not understand. It sounded like rambling but also seemed to have a deeper, hidden meaning. Did the two of them know each other? Very few people visited the Devil Imperial Palace. A terrifying might pressured down on the space surrounding the palace. One could sense the terror of the domineering might even when they stood outside of the palace. The cultivators of the Devil World only dared to observe and worship the palace from a distance. However, right now, a figure appeared outside of the Devil Imperial Palace. Yi Futian stood quietly as he gazed at the towering demon god palace. When he looked at the palace from a distance, he thought it was one with the ground. However, now that he was already at the base, he realized that the palace was still very high up and far away from him. He had to make his way vertically up until he reached the heavens before he could arrive at the demon god palace. Even though he was standing at the base of the Devil Imperial Palace, he could already sense a formless might. He could not imagine how terrifying the pressure would be as he ascended to the top. The cultivators of the Devil Imperial Palace had to withstand this might all the time. After the Devil Emperor unified the Devil World, he single-handedly suppressed the Devil Abyss. Then, he controlled the entire Devil World and developed all the lands. A troop of devil generals appeared in front of the Heaven's Gate of the Devil Imperial Palace. They stood on both sides of the gates, protecting the palace from any intruders. They looked down on Yi Futian with cold expressions. They exerted terrifying auras directly on Yi Futian. Yi Futian raised his head. His gaze seemed to penetrate the vast space. He loudly declared, Yi Futian from the original realm seeks an audience with the Devil Emperor. Yi Futian from the original realm seeks an audience with the Devil Emperor. His voice reverberated up into the sky. It immediately pierced through the heavens and could be heard throughout the palace. In the distance, many figures looked over towards his direction. They were extremely astonished. Someone had actually come to the Devil Imperial Palace seeking an audience with the Devil Emperor. In the Devil Imperial Palace, various cultivators similarly appeared and looked down at Yi Futian. Yi Futian's name was known to the members of the Devil Imperial Palace. Due to his existence, Yu Xing had refused to invade the original realm. Yi Futian had actually come to the Devil Imperial Palace in the Devil World, seeking an audience with the Devil Emperor. This person actually had the gall to do so. There was no response from the Devil Imperial Palace. The Devil Emperor would not quickly respond to this. Below the Devil Imperial Palace, it was as quiet as a grave. Yi Futian stood alone down below, appearing very lonely. Before him was the Devil Imperial Palace of the Devil World. It was one of the most terrifying places in the world. After the Devil Emperor unified the Devil World, Yi Futian was the first person from the outside world who came here and declared that he wanted to seek an audience with the Devil Emperor. Yi Futian from the original realm seeks an audience with the Devil Emperor. Yi Futian shouted once again when he saw that nobody from the Devil Imperial Palace gave him any response. His voice reverberated throughout the heavens and echoed in space. The echo of his voice reached even the sky. In the Devil Imperial Palace, a demonic cultivator with disheveled hair stood on the demon-slaying platform, which was right underneath the Devil Abyss. His body was locked down by the heavenly demon clasp. His clothes were in tatters, and he was covered in wounds. However, when he heard the voice from down below, his body shook violently. His jet-black eyes beneath his disheveled head of hair suddenly opened, revealing an astonishing demonic light. Chapter 2605 To the Devil Imperial Palace. More and more cultivators appeared inside the Devil Imperial Palace, but still, no one responded. And he had to consider whether or not the Devil Emperor was someone that could be seen by him whenever he wanted. Futian stood in the void as he raised his head to look at the towering Devil Imperial Palace before him. Then, he took a step forward and walked higher into the sky. In the world of the Devil Gate, strength was everything. If the Devil Emperor were not going to receive him, he would have to be creative in finding a way to see him. Boom! Before that Devil Gate, the powers of those cultivators on either side were full of horrific demonic prowess, as overbearing demonic shadows appeared, pressing in on Futian's location. Bang! Futian took a sudden and violent step into the sky. When his footstep fell, the divine light of the great path swept out. It contained a terrifying power. Those demonic cultivators blocking in front of the Devil Gate were knocked back. However, they weren't injured but merely gave way to his advance. He came to the Devil Imperial Palace in hopes of an audience with the Devil Emperor. Still, he was not so arrogant to think that he could penetrate the Devil Imperial Palace so easily. Obviously, he was not here to hurt anyone. His purpose was only to ask for an audience. Yu Xing had angered the Devil Emperor, and there was nothing Futian could do to save Yu Xing. The only way to save Yu Xing was either for the Devil Emperor to change his mind or for Yu Xing to compromise. After he repelled the cultivators who guarded the Devil Gate, Futian continued to walk high in the sky. He did not attempt to cross using Buddha's celerity. This was the Devil Imperial Palace, and using such a method would not work. He could only hope to win their respect with his true strength. The Devil Imperial Palace towered high in the sky. Its true height was obscured. As he made his way up, he had to cross one chasm after the other. The lower area alone was populated by mighty hordes of demonic cultivators, much like a demonic army serving as the first line of defense. They appeared above Futian, and none of them was weak in their cultivation. They were all in the realm of demonic emperors. And these were just the cultivators at the feet of the Devil Imperial Palace. In the void, the demonic might had overwhelmed this corner of the world. A terrifying aura came swooping down on Futian as many demonic soldiers launched their attacks simultaneously at him. However, Futian was wrapped up in the divine light, and as those attacks landed on his body, they did not affect him at all. His entire person was submerged by the power of the attack, but he didn't move an inch. As he continued upward, all the attacks were shattered. Futian twitched his mind slightly, and the vast space immediately solidified. All the demonic cultivators now felt it was difficult to move their bodies. It was as if they were frozen and that the space they were in was a prison. Futian continued to walk up, passing through this mighty army of the Demon Emperor. A terrifying divine might swept out, and everyone was pushed back. Futian asked to speak with the Demon Emperor. A sound rolled in the sky as Futian looked up. The sky was dark and heavy. Cultivators appeared in different locations throughout the Devil Imperial Palace. The higher he went, the more terrifying the cultivators seemed to become. Of course, with his realm today, even in the Devil Imperial Palace, there were not many who could really deter him. After all, he was now able to single-handedly kill someone like the Mountain Master of Celestial Worthy Mountain, who was a cultivator of the Second Tribulation Plane. As Futian continued to move upward into the sky, 72 demon emperors appeared in front of him. Even Futian had felt that monstrous aura from them along with a strong oppressive force. These 72 demonic emperors seemed to form a terrifying battle matrix, as the figure of an incomparable demon appeared above Futian. He made a trampling motion directly towards Futian, and a horrific roar violently rocked the space. However, the divine light surrounded Futian as his figure turned into a flash of light. He raised his hand and attacked with a single finger. His body morphed into a sword as he continued his forward movement, and penetrated the giant foot stomping down on him. The sword continued to penetrate through the body of the demonic shadow and pierced it in an instant, reappearing in the sky above. "How strong!" In the distance, the cultivators outside the Devil Imperial Palace looked up at the situation above, and they were extremely shocked. Futian of the original realm had come this far, wanting to penetrate the Devil Imperial Palace, all for a chance to see the Devil Emperor. This was far too insane. The group who attempted the interception just now seemed to be from the 72 Tiangang Division within the Devil Imperial Palace, which had several incredibly powerful existences. Nevertheless, they were unable to stop Futian in the least because his strength had crushed them. Futian asked for an audience with the Devil Emperor. That voice was heard again. It was extremely dreadful and made many cultivators' hearts beat wildly. It was as if he would not stop until the Devil Emperor received him in person. Above the Devil Imperial Palace, many people retreated and did not bother intercepting Futian, who was continuing upward. They knew that unless they were Tribulation Plane cultivators, it was useless to try to stop him. There was simply no way for them to stop Futian from advancing. Futian made his way up, passing by many cultivators. Now that the Devil World was declaring war on the Divine Prefecture, many cultivators had been called out of the Devil Imperial Palace and went to the front to participate in the war. There were not many left behind to guard the Devil Imperial Palace. After all, who would dare to attack the Devil Imperial Palace? Even so, many powerful existences remained. At this time, above Futian, there were two great cultivators of the Tribulation Plane: Imperial Devil General and Crazy Devil General. In the distance on the outside, two powerful demonic cultivators hovered high in the sky, exuding tremendous auras. Everyone's heart was beating wildly. These two great devil generals ranked 2nd and 5th, respectively, and both were in the first Tribulation Plane. Imperial Devil General, especially, was already on his way to the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. Even if it was such a peak force like the Devil Imperial Palace, there were not many cultivators in the Tribulation Plane, including the Imperial Palace and Divine Prefecture. Those who had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path were already standing at the top of the pyramid. As for those who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path, they were considered giants in all of the worlds. Even when they established their own principalities outside, they would be regarded as giant-level forces. There were hundreds of millions of living souls in the 18 domains of the Divine Prefecture, but there were very few who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. On the record, there was only one such person in all of the ancient god clans. In the Devil World, cultivators of Tribulation Plane, or the Devil Generals, or a personal disciple of the Devil Emperor himself, or some even more noble characters inside the Devil Imperial Palace, were typically existences who were not out and about in the world, like the old demon who had been protecting Yu Xing. The real power within those deity-level principalities, in fact, lay with those little-known existences who were well hidden. Therefore, as far as all the major worlds were concerned, Futian's current strength was already at the very top. Boom! A series of terrifying black lightning emerged like terrifying demonic tribulation. It carried with it a supremely destructive power. The crazy devil general stood above Futian, some madness in his eyes as he bathed in the light of the demonic tribulation. His appearance was frightening beyond words. Around the Imperial Devil General, horrific demonic shadows appeared, as if all the demons of this world were under his command with an extremely domineering force. An overpowering divine light bloomed from Futian's body as he swept towards the two great devil generals. Those who once stood high and mighty above the world now appeared common in his eyes. How could the cultivators in the first tribulation plane do anything to stop him? Boom! Hundreds of thousands of demonic tribulations swept down, blasting on Futian's divine body. However, as Futian was bathing in it, he was unmoved. Instead, his body bounding towards the sky above, as a shocking and audible booming was heard from him. His momentum was most audacious as he launched a fist at the crazy devil general. There was a terrible loud noise, and this punch seemed to have all the power that could destroy the Great Path. The demonic tribulation danced wildly, and the crazy devil general flew back. Soon Futian turned around as he dealt another punch at the Imperial Devil General. It was overpowering and direct. The fist will pierce through the void and shattered all the demons who were summoned. As they lay in a pile of dust, the Imperial Devil General suffered a similar fate. He was knocked back by a punch that he simply could not have stopped. After he repelled the two great Devil Generals, Futian continued upward. He looked up at the sky above the Devil Imperial Palace and said again. Futian asked for an audience with the Devil Emperor. He was now at the highest point of the Devil Imperial Palace, and many characters with extraordinary temperaments were right in front of him. Their cultivation levels were different. There were upper demonic emperors as well as demonic emperors of Tribulation Plane, but they were all young. They were the disciples of the Devil Emperor. "Stay back," said a voice from above the sky, asking them to stand down. Everyone in the Devil Imperial Palace understood that unless someone at the giant level were to make a move, no one else could stop Futian. No doubt, the Devil Imperial Palace had other ways to prevent Futian from going any further. They could even directly kill him off. But Futian had gotten inside the Devil Imperial Palace with his own strength, so how could the Devil Imperial Palace use other less honorable means? A figure appeared in front of Futian, and it was none other than the one who had spoken before and made the others stop. It was a woman clad in a flaming red garment with flaming red lips. Her long hair was flying wildly in the wind. She appeared quite enchanting to those who beheld her presence. "Second Protector!" When the cultivators inside the Devil Imperial Palace saw the woman's appearance, their hearts palpitated. Above the 9 Devil Generals in the Devil Imperial Palace, there were also 4 great protectors under the direct command of the Devil Emperor. The 8 Devil Generals defended on the outside, while the 4 great protectors ensured the safety within. Although there was no obvious difference in their ranks, the fact remained that the status of the 4 great protectors was a bit higher. Their cultivation was also much greater. Among them, the first protector and the second protector had both survived the second tribulation of the Great Path. As for the 8 great Devil Generals, only the first Devil General was a cultivator who had survived the second tribulation of the Great Path. In the Devil Imperial Palace, the 3 great demon sages, the 4 great protectors, and the 8 great Devil Generals were the cultivators of the highest level known in the entire Devil Imperial Palace. Normally, the 4 great protectors did not leave the Devil Imperial Palace. The woman who appeared before them was the second protector of the Devil Imperial Palace. Her cultivation level was monstrous, and she had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. The female protector in red stood in the sky above Futian, and there was an indistinct aura that may or may not have been released from her, releasing an invisible coercion. Even someone as strong as Futian could still feel a trace of pressure from her. This woman was stronger than the mountain master of Celestial Worthy Mountain and the clan lord of Mo whom he had slain. This was the top cultivator of the Devil Imperial Palace. Normally, she was probably a rare existence, and not many from the outside world would have even known about her. But at this moment, she was standing right in front of him. Chapter 2606 Blood Raiment. The female protector in red was known as Blood Raiment. It was a name that she had given herself after she had achieved success in her cultivation. As for her actual name, no one knew what it was. Blood Raiment was the second protector of the Devil Imperial Palace, someone who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. From the perspective of those in the Divine Prefecture, she was a figure on the level of a great demon. Her eyes seemed to have turned into the color of blood. She glanced at Futian, then turned to head higher into the sky. Futian followed her up. But because it was straight up, horizontally speaking, his position was now much further away from the Devil Imperial Palace. Soon Blood Raiment stopped. The two of them stood high above the sky, with all the demonic cultivators in the direction of Devil Imperial Palace looking at them intently. Could the second protector of the Devil Imperial Palace stop Futian? Blood Raiment lowered her head again and looked at Futian. This was the second time she looked at him, and her eyes had turned the color of blood. In the next moment, a bloody divine light expanded in Futian's eyes, changing the world he was seeing. This was a world awash in the color of blood. It was no longer as dark as the world outside but an extremely vivid color of bloody red. Above the firmament, the bloody cloud of tribulation roiled, giving birth to a bloody divine matrix that was terrifying to the extreme. Buzz! Moments later, countless bloody divine tribulations fell in this world, flooding the domain space. This bloody divine tribulation was even more terrifying than the power of the divine tribulation of the Great Path. Futian stood amid the domain, his body surrounded by the protection of the divine light. Although his physical body was incomparable and resembled a divine body, he did not dare to be careless before the actual engagement. At this moment, he was facing a supreme cultivator of the devil world. Boom! As the bloody divine tribulation descended, Futian felt that the blood inside his body, too, was roaring madly. It was as if it was about to rush out of his body and explode. At the same time, his spiritual soul was also under attack in an extremely domineering fashion like never before. Upon Futian's body, the light of Buddha was blazing fervently while the sound of Buddha lingered. Ancient Buddhist runes floated all around him as he was incarnated as a Buddha. A massive Buddhist battle form appeared, chanting the 6 syllables of truth. It was believed that Buddhism had a certain restraining effect on the power of the demonic way. He had many Buddhist abilities at his disposal. Naturally, he would want to test this hypothesis. A series of spells were uttered from his mouth, turning into powerful golden Buddhist lightning, colliding with the bloody divine tribulation that crashed down. The two then collapsed and shattered together. Futian's battle form was gigantic but motionless, which had a particular effect in shocking the demonic method into submission. Blood Raiment looked down at Futian. She hadn't said a word since the beginning, but at this moment, a slight sense of disturbance was beginning to take hold of her heart. Futian's cultivation appeared to be only at the realm of Renhuang, but he could explode combat effective at the level of tribulation plane during battle. In contrast, his overall realm remained at Renhuang. This was an incredibly uncanny phenomenon, but she realized that this man's power of the Great Path was not any weaker than hers. The look in Blood Raiment's eyes grew serious as her eyes released the bloody light of tribulation and looked towards Futian. The Devil Emperor himself had created a variety of demonic methods, passing them on to the cultivators of the Devil Imperial Palace. She was once a personal disciple whom the Devil Emperor himself had valued very much. She had followed the Devil Emperor in cultivation for many years and was later named the Great Protector, receiving the true heritage of the Devil Emperor. The bloody divine light flooded the entire world, and the terrifying, bloody divine light melted those golden runes, which also submerged Futian within. The bloody divine light had swallowed everything and swept towards his gigantic Buddhist battle form. Blood refinement! Futian's heart trembled slightly. The Buddhist runes he released had been refined to nothing by the bloody divine light, as they were being incorporated into that bloody domain. This kind of blood refining technique was truly frightening indeed. Both of them controlled the scope of the battle to some extent. If they were on the battlefield, a horrific existence such as Blood Raiment would be able to cover a space 10 of thousands of miles in radius, and refine this whole world into a world of blood. She would be able to kill countless cultivators with a single thought. The existence of the second tribulation plane had unimaginable destructive power on the battlefield. The Buddhist battle form, as transformed by Futian, seemed to be on the verge of being refined under that bloody divine light as well. Blood Raiment stared at Futian. This was her domain world. At their level of cultivation, the domain world was no longer limited to just the power of the Great Path that they had acquired. Still, their comprehension had also been incorporated into it. A terrible bloody aurora shot out from Blood Raiment's eyes. In the next moment, in that bloody domain world, a terrifying, bloody divine light appeared inside the bloody storm, which instantly shattered the Buddhist battle form. As it disintegrated, it was being eroded and swallowed up little by little. Futian had sensed all that was happening as he clasped his hands together, and the light of Buddha lingered around him. Suddenly a tremendously sacred aura permeated. With the divine light still protecting him and surrounding the Buddhist battle form, that broken battle form began to repair itself and return to its previous state. That destructive, bloody divine light was unable to continue refining it. This battle form seemed to be in a domain of its own, and it was a domain that belonged to Futian. Futian closed his eyes and clasped his hands again, incarnating as a Buddha. The sound of Buddha was uttered from his mouth, and suddenly, the battle form expanded continuously. The light of Buddha was getting stronger, and the area that he occupied in this space continued to increase. What? Blood Raiment stared at the sight in front of her. Was this Futian's counterattack? It turned out he was able to suppress her blood-refining domain. 1,000 Buddha hands appeared around that ever-increasing battle form, and each arm made the sign of the Buddha. Suddenly, Buddha's swords appeared, cutting through the demonic power like a punishment, containing incomparable sacred brilliance. Along with the astonishing blooming light of Buddha, those many arms reached towards the sky above in unison. While those Buddhist swords slashed outward, breaking open the blood-colored space, they were also aiming towards Blood Raiment, who was above. Hundreds and thousands of sacred Buddhist swords descended in an instant, severing all demonic forces with their unspeakable power of terror. Those many Buddhist swords swung directly at Blood Raiment, but she made no evasive moves. However, when those Buddhist divine swords came down on her, her body directly turned into a bloody light, as if she had been slain. But Futian knew very well that no harm had been suffered by the other party. This was the art of blood transformation. Sure enough, in another direction, a human form emerged from that bloody light, then turned into the figure of Blood Raiment, who had suffered no harm whatsoever. The attack just now did not touch her nor damage her in the slightest. When Futian saw this, he understood that as long as he could not dominate this domain world, he would never be able to defeat Blood Raiment, or her art of blood transformation. Until this domain world was destroyed, Blood Raiment could always integrate back into this bloody world at any time. He would never have the upper hand in defeating his opponent unless he could control her domain world. In the sky above, the endless bloody light turned into a bloody divine matrix, and gave birth to a terrifying, bloody divine halberd. There seemed to be a bloody storm of destruction hovering as Blood Raiment stretched out her hand, suddenly holding one end of the bloody halberd and slowly pulling it out. A destructive might swept out, and that bloody halberd seemed to be an extremely powerful sub-divine arm. In fact, it was conceived by nothing other than the realm of the Great Path. The moment Blood Raiment held the bloody divine halberd in her hand, she became extremely overbearing, as if she had transformed into an incredibly dominant empress. Buzz! Blood Raiment disappeared right from where she was as countless bloody divine tribulations descended, smashing on the Buddhist battle form. At the same time, Blood Raiment's bloody halberd also came at him, and the bloody light of destruction penetrated this corner of the sky. Boom! Cracks began to appear in the Buddhist battle form itself. The breath and blood tossed and roared inside of Futian as his body was knocked back. The attack of Blood Raiment, just by power alone, was shocking enough. The Devil Emperor had created his own super-demonic form, and the cultivators from the Devil Imperial Palace had derived various other types of powerful demonic forms from it. Blood Raiment was a disciple of the Devil Emperor, so it was no surprise that she had received a lot of his power. Just her physique and strength had surpassed some of her equals. The Buddhist battle form collapsed and shattered with a loud bang, revealing Futian's true form as he retreated to reappear in another location. His body was surrounded by the divine light so that he was not corroded by the bloody power. His eyes continued to fasten on Blood Raiment. It took a great deal of strength to shatter his Buddhist battle form. She deserved her reputation as a supreme cultivator of the Devil Imperial Palace. Although the Elder's cultivation was monstrous, you can't keep me from making my way up. Futian looked at Blood Raiment and continued. I'm hoping the Elder will let me pass and seek an audience with the Devil Emperor. Presumptuous creature. The bloody halberd in Blood Raiment's hand pointed at Futian as she spoke coldly. Did he really think she was unable to stop him from moving forward? Futian was just too arrogant. However, she had felt Futian's strength in this battle. Futian glanced at Blood Raiment, then a divine light of the Great Path spread towards the surroundings above his body. With him in the center, his domain world was expanding. Blood Raiment frowned as the sea of blood roared, swallowing and refining everything, and went towards Futian. However, Futian's domain space directly swallowed up the sea of blood and ingested it into his domain. Blood Raymond's expression suddenly changed. Soon, that domain space swallowed everything, including the entire bloody domain. At this moment, the domain world of the two seemed to become one, and no one couldn't tell whose domain was under whose control. It was something that only the two of them could feel. Blood Raymond stared at Futian in disbelief. She could hardly believe that the other had gained control so late in the exchange, and his domain of the Great Path had overwhelmed and superimposed her domain world. This was the suppression of domain space. She was a cultivator of the second tribulation plane, and it was simply unimaginable that she was being suppressed by someone who was only in the Renhuang realm. Futian's thought moved, and the whole world seemed to slow down. The rules were affected while Blood Raymond could perceive that her blood-refining space was being suppressed, and that everything was grinding to a halt. The sound of Buddha lingered in Futian's mouth. Suddenly, an infinite and massive ancient Buddha appeared between heaven and earth, blocking out the sun in the sky, sheltering the entire domain world. A face of the Buddha appeared in the domain. Futian's hands made a sign of Buddha as he continued to utter the sound of Buddha, which turned into a terrible Vajra mantra. At the same time, the ancient Buddha who dominated this entire domain space was reciting the sound of Buddha, same as Futian. Blood Raymond suddenly looked terrible. The sound of Buddha had made her irritable. Enough! The bloody light dissipated as she retracted her own domain space. Obviously, she realized that she had been defeated. When her domain was suppressed, she was soundly beaten. Thank you for your concession, Futian said as he continued to move higher into the sky above the Devil Imperial Palace. He said loudly. Futian asked for an audience with the Devil Emperor. His figure was moving higher and higher, heading toward the peak of the Devil Imperial Palace. The second protector, Blood Raymond, had been beaten. In all of the Devil Imperial Palace, who could stop Futian now? Chapter 2607, The Devil Emperor. As Futian continued toward the sky above the Devil Imperial Palace, the terrifying coercion above the sky became more and more frightening, suppressing his body and soul. The suppression was making him extremely uncomfortable. The people in the Devil Imperial Palace had long been accustomed to this particular type of suppression, but it was the first time for him at the Devil Imperial Palace. Fortunately, both his physical body and spiritual soul were powerful enough that he was not affected too much. Just as Futian continued to walk up, a figure in black appeared above him. This man's eyes were terrifying. At first glance, Futian could feel that monstrous demonic might. It was as if the entire world had transformed into the power of the demonic way. He stopped involuntarily as he raised his head to look up at the figure above the firmament. Demon Sage! Below the Devil Imperial Palace, many people bowed and worshipped, looking with reverence at the man who had appeared. The three great demon sages in the Devil Imperial Palace were known to be incredibly tyrannical. Their strength was above that of the protectors, and they were in fact the Devil Emperor's right-hand men. Besides the Devil Emperor, the three great demon sages were the highest commanders of the Devil world. Despite the fact that there were hidden cultivators of supreme prowess, these cultivators were not usually in control of the daily affairs in the Devil world. The demon sage who appeared looked down to scrutinize Futian's presence. His eyes were as overpowering as his stalwart physique. It was as if he possessed infinite power. Earth Demon Sage! This demon sage in black ranked last among all three of the great demon sages and was named the Earth Demon Sage. However, even as the weakest demon sage of the three, his strength was considerably horrific. The Earth Demon Sage was once a disciple of the Devil Emperor as well. He had followed the Devil Emperor in many conquests over the years, and there was blood on his hands. The Devil Emperor had always favored and valued this particular disciple of his, keeping him close by his side in cultivation. Even with other foreign conquests, he had always dispatched the other demon sages and kept Earth Demon Sage by his side. Just standing there, it was enough for Futian to feel a great sense of pressure. At this moment, the Earth Demon Sage violently stomped towards the space below, and a monstrous divine power immediately blasted down and slammed on Futian. Accompanied by a loud boom, Futian was knocked down by the shockwaves. What a powerful force! Futian stopped his downward momentum and looked up at the Earth Demon Sage in the void. This force was filled with unimaginable aggression. The divine light of the great path circulated around his body, and Futian's physical body was comparable to that of a divine body. Emitting extreme brilliance once again, he resumed his course towards the sky above. Bang! The Earth Demon Sage stomped again in the void, and as his footstep landed, it was as if he had stepped directly on Futian. Futian felt as if there was a great piece of earth lying right on top of him, hindering his movement so that he was unable to take another step forward. Futian raised his arm and blasted a punch toward the void. The divine light radiated as that punch shattered the void, blasting above that invisible power, and causing a dull and violent thud above the firmament. Even the space shuddered violently. Buzz! After Futian repelled that force, his figure flashed away. He disappeared directly from where he was and reappeared in front of the Earth Demon Sage. He raised his hand to attack with one finger. As soon as this finger fell, the sword menaced in the space to tear everything apart. The Earth Demon Sage stared at him without wavering and raised his hand to launch a counterstrike that blocked the attack from that one finger. The two were now engaged in close-quarter combat. In an instant, the terrifying storm of devastating sword chi covered the body of the Earth Demon Sage as the incomparable sword attacked his body. It was the kind of attack sufficient to destroy powerful existence such as the Mountain Master of Celestial Worthy Mountain. However, this terrifying attack landed on his opponent's body but did not manage to move the Earth Demon Sage one bit. That unparalleled strength even repelled Futian and forced him back. The cultivators inside the Devil Imperial Palace watched everything calmly. This was the Earth Demon Sage. Did Futian think he could break through his defense? Although the Earth Demon Sage ranked last among all three of the great demon sages, he was extremely powerful in his own right. By physical strength alone, even the other two demon sages may not be able to best him. The Devil Emperor had unprecedented talent, and had created many demonic methods by himself. Because he taught in accordance with the aptitudes of his disciples, he tailored his teachings based on the talent specific to each demonic cultivator differently. The Earth Demon Sage was a disciple that the Devil Emperor favored very much, and had spent a lot of time cultivating him carefully. The Devil Emperor had guided him to create an indestructible demonic body. Under the Great Emperor, not many could shatter this demonic body of his. Futian wanted to walk over the Earth Demon Sage. It was easier said than done. At this time, Futian clearly felt the physical force wielded by the Earth Demon Sage as well, and it was the strongest physical body he had encountered so far. Of course, his strength was also unquestionable. After all, there were not many giant figureheads who had fought against him. An even stronger aura exploded from Futian as the divine light circulated inside his body. A destructive power permeated from him, destroying everything. For a moment, Futian was standing in the void like some descendant of the gods, as his light showered all over this world. The Earth Demon Sage looked down, and didn't seem any different. He stomped again violently, rocking the void. But at this same moment, a wave of supreme heavenly might came over the Devil Imperial Palace, which surprised the Earth Demon Sage. He then retracted his aura and became subdued immediately. "Let him through!" After the heavenly might fell, a voice was heard in a commanding tone. Suddenly, everyone in the Devil Imperial Palace became extremely pious, as they began to bow in worship. This was the voice of the Devil Emperor. The Earth Demon Sage looked very respectful, and stepped aside, like a well-behaved disciple. The domineering spirit that he had exhibited just now was nowhere to be found. "Bring him here," the voice commanded once again. "Yes, master," the Earth Demon Sage replied and glanced at Futian with his pitch-black eyes, then turned to walk away. Futian took a deep breath, then followed Earth Demon Sage moving forward. They continued to move diagonally, all the way upward. As they made their way up, there was already a patch of dark demonic cloud tossing about. However, this demonic cloud was not too heavy, and they had not yet arrived at the demon god palace that was towering into the clouds. It seemed closer than it actually was. They shuttled inside the Devil Imperial Palace, passing through many places until they entered the sky above that was surrounded by demonic clouds. It was then that they saw a demon god palace above the demonic clouds. And above the demon god palace, that devastating devil abyss hovered. The coercion from it made Futian feel difficult to breathe. A series of pitch-black lightning and devastating storms gestated continuously and fell upon the demon god palace. It was hard to imagine that the Devil Emperor could be cultivating in such a harsh environment. It seemed to confirm what the outsiders had always believed, that the Devil Emperor had suppressed the Devil Abyss under his own power, and took charge of the entire Devil world. The Earth Demon Sage and Futian landed on the ground as if they were stepping on demonic clouds. In front of them, there were stone pillars that traversed into the firmament, extremely dark with demonic light lingering about them. There was also a vast cultivation court that was behind the Demon God Palace along with many buildings. That was where the Devil Emperor preached and taught his disciples. The Earth Demon Sage stood at the bottom of the stairs, bowing and saluting. When Futian saw this, he too bowed. Futian of the original realm greets the Demon Emperor. A wave of demonic might descended, like a real heavenly might, and Futian found it difficult to move his body. No matter how strong his cultivation was, at this moment, the Devil Emperor who was standing in front of him was in existence at the top of the world. In front of characters like this, he was no more than an insect. You come from the original realm and trespass on the land of the Devil Imperial Palace. You are very reckless. Aren't you afraid of dying? An authoritative voice came from inside the Demon God Palace. Futian had, in fact, risked his own life by coming to the Devil Imperial Palace. If the Devil Emperor changed his mind, he may very well perish here. Your Majesty, the Devil Emperor is known throughout the world. Would he, who had unified the Devil realm and held up the 9 heavens, kill me so needlessly? Furthermore, I came to the Devil Imperial Palace to present a gift, said Futian. What kind of gift? The Devil Emperor asked. The original realm, Futian replied. If your Majesty wants the original realm, I am willing to work with the Devil world to unify the original realm and yield its main control to the Devil world. As soon as his voice fell, there was a moment of silence in the Demon God Palace. It seemed that Futian's words had surprised everyone. Why? After a moment of silence, the voice piped up again, sounded a little puzzled. After I came to the Devil world, I discovered that all the cultivators of the Devil world were extremely respectful of your Majesty. Your Majesty had suppressed the Devil Abyss on behalf of everyone in the Devil world. If your Majesty were to rule the original realm, the land of the original realm would also belong to your Majesty, which no doubt, your Majesty will treat all beings in the original realm the same way. Previously, when I took over the original realm and expelled the cultivators from the Divine Prefecture, I was hoping to spare the people of the original realm from the disturbance of the chaotic world, so that they can cultivate freely and promote the culture of martial arts. Even if the Devil world rules the original realm, the same end could be achieved for the original realm, and its chaotic situation could be resolved. Futian responded. There was another silence. Then, the doors to the Demon God Palace opened, and on that deep throne inside Demon God Palace, a figure that seemed to be sitting there was slowly moving toward him. A monstrous demonic might enveloped his body. Futian bowed his head and did not look around. In his perception, that demonic shadow was massive and tremendous, a real demon god. He felt his breathing quicken. When the other man walked outside, the demonic might that was pressing down on him was getting stronger as well. What did he teach you? A cold and domineering voice came from inside, which compelled Futian's heart to beat wildly. Who? Futian said. You know who? The Devil Emperor continued. Suddenly, Futian knew who the Devil Emperor was referring to. His foster father. Only his foster father was the link between him and the Devil Emperor. My foster father didn't teach me anything, Futian said. I can see that you did not cultivate in demonic methods, so he can't really teach you anything. The Devil Emperor had walked out of the Demon God Palace and stood in front of the hall. Futian raised his head slightly to look at the Devil Emperor. He took a deep breath and his heart was greatly shocked. The man in front of him was dressed simply, and his appearance was not outstanding in any way. However, just by standing there, he was like the ruler of heaven and earth, and that everyone in the world could only look up in worship, and dared not look at him directly. This was the powerful presence of the Devil Emperor. Futian had never seen anyone with such a powerful presence. He did not release any aura outward, but one could feel the oppression tangibly. This was the oppression from the demon god. Moreover, he had seen the Devil Emperor once. At the time, he was an old man who was sitting opposite him and eating noodles on the demon tower. There was nothing detectable from him, as if he was some common person without cultivation. But at this moment, he was the most aggressive and domineering demon lord in the world. "Did he ever tell you who you really are?" the Devil Emperor asked, staring at Futian. Chapter 2608 Death of Emperor Yiqing. Futian raised his head, looking at the Devil Emperor in astonishment. He asked, "No. Will your Majesty tell me?" He had always wanted to know who he really was. The Devil Emperor looked at Futian with those deep eyes of his, and he whispered, "It is said that the ignorant have no fear. I heard that he asked Yusheng to follow you, addressing you as the young master and he as your manservant. I am a little curious about your true identity." The Devil Emperor assessed Futian. This was the reason why he had gone to the demon tower previously, to see Futian for himself. He wanted to know just what kind of person Futian was, and if he was worthy of his assistance. What exactly was his relationship with Emperor Yiqing? Was he really a descendant of Emperor Yiqing? Could this be true? Except for Futian and Yusheng, the Devil Emperor was probably the one other person who knew the most about the situation. He knew his younger brother better than anyone. He knew how Futian and Yusheng had been raised and educated. These were things that no one else knew just yet. The doubts inside Futian's heart grew. Even the Devil Emperor had no idea of his origin? Who was he? "Do you know why Emperor Yiqing died?" The Devil Emperor continued to press him. His eyes never left Futian. "All I know was that the two emperors fought, and Emperor Yiqing perished because of Dongwang the Great," Futian responded. "You don't know anything, yet you are in such a rush to come to the Devil World to die." As the Devil Emperor's voice fell, a monstrous demonic might pressed down on Futian. He let out a muffled groan, and his legs trembled. There were goosebumps all over his body. He found it difficult for him to remain standing. The great path roared in his body as he was surrounded by divine light, resisting this terrifying sense of oppression. In the sky above him, there was an extreme degree of demonic might that was beyond his ability to endure. Was there something else behind Emperor Yiqing's death? Why would the Devil Emperor say that he didn't know anything and that he was coming to the Devil World simply to die? "Like him, the only things your two have are courage and stupidity," the Devil Emperor continued, and the terrifying demonic might continued to suppress Futian. He took a step forward, and Futian could feel his body trembling more severely. It was as if he was about to burst. He could feel a trace of murderous intent from the Devil Emperor. At this time, the Devil Emperor raised his brows slightly. Although he was in front of the Demon God Palace, he saw the dark figure on the demon's slaying platform under the Devil Abyss. That dark figure was on his knees, facing him as if bowing his head in repentance. Boom! There was a raging flame burning on the Devil Emperor. At this moment, the demonic clouds above his head were tossing and roaring, and even the Devil Abyss above the firmament was howling. A coercion of destruction sheltered the entire Devil Imperial Palace. At this moment, the many cultivators inside the Devil Imperial Palace lowered their heads. They had all felt the Devil Emperor's rage, and none of them dared to breathe too hard. Who was it that angered the Devil Emperor to this degree? You betrayed the Devil World without a second thought. And now, for one man, you are willing to bend your knees and beg. A cold, angry voice washed over the demon's slaying platform, resounding in Yushing's ears. However, Yushing continued kneeling, his hair scattered upon his shoulders. He did not speak, merely enduring the anger of the Devil Emperor and that terrifying demonic might. In front of the demon god palace, Futian also heard the angry voice of the Devil Emperor. His face suddenly turned pale. He bowed to the Devil Emperor and said, "Your Majesty, please be merciful. You can't even protect yourself. What right do you have to intercede on his behalf?" The Devil Emperor merely glanced at Futian with a terrifying might. He took another step forward again, and Futian's legs could hardly hold him up, but he pleaded. "Your Majesty asked Yu Sheng to attack the original realm, but I voluntarily surrendered the control of the original realm. Why does your Majesty still insist? What if I want to destroy the original realm? Are you then still willing to hand it over?" The devil said coldly, and Futian's face suddenly paled. He was caught by this unexpected rebuke. "If the original realm is under the control of your Majesty, they are the people of the Devil World, so why would your Majesty want to destroy it?" Futian couldn't help but ask. He was puzzled. "Only the people of the Devil World are my people. What does the death of beings from other worlds have anything to do with me? Why do I need them to be my people?" The Devil Emperor questioned Futian relentlessly. Futian was speechless. Indeed, he had nothing for a comeback. The Devil Emperor was the commander of the Devil World. He was the god of the Devil World, but did he really need more people? Just as he said, what did he need more people for? If there was no need, then why should he be responsible for people from the outside worlds? He was the god of the Devil World, and he only ever cared about all those who resided in the Devil World and their well-being. "You don't understand anything." The Devil Emperor stared at Futian. How he failed to educate these two idiots! "Your Majesty, the Devil Emperor carries the Devil Abyss on behalf of every living being in the Devil World and suffered the demonic tribulations from the heavens. I don't believe your Majesty is a merciless killer who will slaughter all beings and let them burn." Futian was quiet for a moment before he spoke again to the Devil Emperor. The Devil Emperor looked at Futian in the eyes as he mocked. "This line of thought is very similar to his. You are both idealists." After that, he turned away and looked into the distance. He said, "That's enough of you." He looked cold and seemed to be enraged at this moment. As the god of the Devil World, there was not be many who could make him angry. However, Yu Sheng could affect his emotions and pushed his buttons. This was a testament of the importance that the Devil Emperor had attached to Yu Sheng from the depth of his heart, and it was different from how he treated everyone else. "Very well. Since you are begging because of him, let him keep you company," the Devil Emperor said indifferently. Then, he turned his head and glanced at Futian, saying, "Take him to the demon-slaying platform." "Yes, master." The Earth Demon Sage bowed to acknowledge the order. The Devil Emperor then turned to walk towards the Demon God Palace. "You came to the Devil World for the express purpose of saving him. If so, on account of your brotherhood, I will let you go to the demon-slaying platform together. If you are still alive after 49 days, I will allow you to live." As the voice faded, the door to the Demon God Palace closed, and the figure disappeared from Futian's view. His eyes had a changing expression as he bowed in the direction of the Demon God Palace and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." The Earth Demon Sage walked to Futian. His eyes were indifferent. He looked at him and said, "Thank him? Save yourself first." As he spoke, he turned around and ordered, "Come with me." Futian followed behind the Earth Demon Sage. They walked away from this area, and head towards the rear of the Demon God Palace. In that vast area, the demonic clouds rolled and roared, and a destructive demonic might was brewing. The demonic clouds here were extremely terrifying. They continued forward. In the place surrounded by the demonic cloud, there was a platform hanging high in the sky, surrounded by stone pillars that reached deep into the firmament. Looking up along those stone pillars, a hole could be seen that was in the sky, where the heaven was torn apart. In there, an incomparable destructive power was brewing. It was as if an apocalyptic tribulation was hidden within it. That flowing destructive power descended along the stone pillars and fell upon the demon-slaying platform. That was a corner of the Devil Abyss. This destructive force was pouring out of the Devil Abyss. On the demon-slaying platform, there was a black shadow being imprisoned on the stone pillar. Like a madman, His long hair was unkempt. As he raised his head at this moment and looked at Yi Futian, he asked, "Why are you here?" This was the devil world. Yi Futian didn't understand the devil world. He had more chance of dying than living by coming here. But Yi Futian merely smiled and said, "You are suffering. How can I not be here?" Yu Xing clenched his fists tightly and made a crunching sound. The Earth Demon Sage said, "Get up there." Yi Futian glanced in the front, and he could clearly feel the destructive power on the demon's slaying platform. But he continued walking forward without hesitation. "I know I was wrong. I am willing to lead the troops to the original realm." Yu Xing raised his head and looked in the distance, roaring at the void. He knew that the Devil Emperor could hear him. Only he knew just how dangerous the demon-slaying platform was. If Yi Futian got on the demon-slaying platform, only death awaited him. There was no response. Yu Sheng's eyes were fiery red, burning with anger. "If you know of today, you wouldn't bother to disobey the master in the first place. Yu Xing, you know very well how the master treated you, and you are such a disappointment," the Earth Demon Sage said in an indifferent voice. Yu Xing bowed his head as if he couldn't muster the energy to retort. Yi Futian walked towards the demon-slaying platform. In an instant, the demonic clouds under his feet wrapped his body up and spread to his body. The light of tribulation turned into terrible chains and imprisoned Yi Futian's hands and legs. Like Yu Xing, he was also imprisoned on the demon-slaying platform. A frightening power engulfed Yi Futian's body in an instant, sending a shudder through his body. He didn't use this destructive power for the time being, but he could feel that the trembling in his soul. In an instant, the great path in his body roared and the divine light was shining. He turned into a divine body, blocking that invading destructive power. Even so, he was suffering an extreme discomfort, and this was just when he first stepped onto the demon-slaying platform. The real horror of it was unimaginable. "This is the power of the Devil Abyss," Yu Xing said to Yi Futian. "There are endless demonic tribulations contained within it. The power of the Devil Abyss is sufficient to destroy the entire Devil world. It doesn't matter. We have been through a lot over the years, and this Devil Abyss cannot possibly deter you and me." Yi Futian laughed loudly. He appeared not to have a care in the world. Although he was under great duress, he still maintained an extremely resilient will. Yu Xing nodded his head emphatically. As matters had evolved to this stage, there was no choice but to defeat the Devil Abyss. "Why is the Devil Emperor acting like this?" Yi Futian asked Yu Xing. He didn't understand how the whole thing went south so quickly. He knew it was a risk coming to the Devil Imperial Palace, and he had already planned for the worst-case scenario. However, he was here to make an alliance with the Devil World, and he was willing to hand over the control of the original realm. He thought that there was a great chance for success. But the Devil Emperor didn't bother to pay attention to him at all. He even wanted to kill him. The Devil World was a prison in ancient times. All living beings in the Devil World always endured the harshest environment because of the Devil Abyss. He has always wanted to break out of this prison, Yu Xing said. The death of Emperor Yi Qing was not just because of Dongwang the Great. The two emperors of Divine Prefecture wanted to stand side by side, but the other worlds disagreed. It was the same with the Devil World. There could only be one emperor between the two of them. Yi Futian was shocked to the core. No wonder the Devil Emperor said that he didn't understand anything. Then, this meant that Dongwang the Great had no choice but to go against Emperor Yi Qing. The rulers of the other worlds, in truth, were the indirect murderers. Chapter 2609 Capturing Dongwang Diyuan? There were such grudges involved behind the death of Emperor Yi Qing. Speaking of which, if Yi Futian was the descendant of Emperor Yi Qing, or if he was related to Emperor Yi Qing, wouldn't it make him the enemy of the Devil Emperor? Hence, the Devil Emperor said that Yi Futian had come here seeking his death. Yi Futian said, "Before this, both the Dark World and the Empty Divine Realm intended to ally with me. They wished to support me in standing up against the Divine Prefecture. If that's the case, the Devil Emperor could do the same. After all, the murderer who was directly involved was Dongwang the Great." Futian was still somewhat skeptical of the whole story as he said this. Yusheng explained. The devil world is covered by the devil abyss and has been suffering because of it for countless years. 400 years ago, when the worlds were in chaos, the troops of the devil world invaded the outer realms. However, they were stopped by Dongwang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing. Aside from these two emperors, most likely human ancestor, and the Buddha did not agree to the invasion by the devil world as well. The devil world is both a prison and a seal. None of them wished for the population of the devil world to escape from here. In the end, the turmoil ended with the death of Emperor Yi Qing. The devil world also stopped invading the outer realms. Until recently. Yi Futian frowned as he listened to Yushing's explanation. The grudges among the few top figures were even more complicated than he had imagined. All the forces were involved in it. Human ancestors from the human realm and the Buddha from the world of Buddhism were also involved. Even though the Devil Emperor had heaven-defying abilities, he could not fight against the will of the majority. The Devil World acknowledged Dongwang the Great's ruling over the Divine Prefecture and ceased attacking. This might be a balance achieved through the agreement of all the major worlds. Yi Futian was certain that in the past, the empty Divine Realm and the Dark World had their stance on this issue as well. They would not have observed idly. Only those top figures knew exactly what happened then. Nevertheless, one thing was certain: Emperor Yi Qing died in exchange for 400 years of peace. The worlds were no longer in chaos, and the war ended. The peace lasted until a prophecy was made known from the world of Buddhism. The changes of the worlds would begin with the original realm. Then, huge changes occurred to the original realm, and chaos once again surfaced. All the major worlds were eager to extend their influences. The forces from the empty Divine Realm and the Dark World appeared in the Divine Prefecture. The Devil Emperor also gave the order to invade the Divine Prefecture. Just as the Devil Emperor said, he invaded the Divine Prefecture and the original realm not just to rule over more people. The Devil Emperor wishes to invade the Divine Prefecture to be freed from the Devil Abyss? Asked Yi Futian. Yes. Yushing nodded. The Devil World only joined the fight due to the preceding conflict between the empty Divine Realm and the Dark World against the Divine Prefecture. In terms of their attitudes towards the Devil World, the Buddha, human ancestor as well as Dongwang the Great are the same. Hence, the Devil World suffered many years of suppression. It might be due to this that the Divine Prefecture could not have two emperors. That means that between the two emperors, one of them had to die. Back then, human ancestor and the Buddha might have had a different opinion with the Divine Prefecture, said Yi Futian as he thought of this. In the past, if human ancestor and the Buddha had sided with the Divine Prefecture, there would have been 4 great emperors. They must have done so to preserve the balance of power, said Yushing. For the Devil Emperor, his lifelong goal is to break free from the prison of the Devil Abyss and allow the Devil World to descend upon the other worlds. With such harsh environments in the Devil World, why haven't the cultivators of the Devil World moved to other worlds to cultivate? Asked Yi Futian. The faith of the cultivators of the Devil World is stronger than that of the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture as well as the other worlds. I believe that the faith of the people here is the strongest among all the worlds. When the Devil World declared war on the other worlds, everyone here participated. With a single command, billions of demonic sects across the lands became warriors of the Devil World, explained Yushing. He had been cultivating in the Devil World for the past decades and came to know more and more about the place. An intense sense of belonging also grew inside of him. The Devil World was different from the Divine Prefecture. Hence, he had never thought of betraying the Devil World. If it weren't for the existence of Yi Futian, he would have certainly joined the war. Even for Yi Futian's sake, he had no intention of deceiving the Devil Emperor, instead choosing to come clean. He would rather be imprisoned here and withstand the catastrophes of the Devil Abyss. Yi Futian's heart wavered. The lifelong ambition of the Devil Emperor was to break out of this prison and free the members of the Devil World from their plight. Yi Futian had also seen the adoration the members of the Devil World had for the Devil Emperor. All of them had strong faith. At the same time, for the people here, the Devil Emperor held up the Devil Abyss with his power. Yi Futian had previously ventured to the Western world of Buddhism. although the latter was slightly different from the divine prefecture, and their faith in Buddha was more zealous, the faith of the members of the devil world was even stronger. The divine prefecture was the place that lacked faith the most. Although all the members of the divine prefecture admired Dongwang the Great and made martial arts prosper, the top forces all had their own agendas. The more powerful the cultivator or the force, the more they lacked respect and faith. What exactly is the devil abyss? Futian raised his head and glanced at the sky. A destructive storm gathered above. It was akin to the eye of the devil abyss, staring down on them. According to legends, it is the catastrophe of the heavenly path. It was used to punish heinous sinners during ancient times. The entire devil abyss was a prison for sinners who offended the heavenly path. Yuxing raised his head, glanced at the sky, and continued. The power of the devil abyss that we experience now is but an insignificant fraction of its former might. He has been bearing the most terrifying power of the devil abyss alone. Sinners. Prison, Futian mumbled. So, this devil abyss was the prison of the heavenly path from ancient times, and it could produce catastrophes of the heavenly path? If that were the case, ordinary people would be reduced to dust if they encountered the catastrophe. Even Futian and Yu Sheng suffered great pain. As the two of them were talking, the destructive power flooded their bodies. Since they were both locked in place by the clasp, they could only endure the invasion of the power. The power intended to corrode both their flesh and their spiritual souls. 49 days. Can we make it through? Futian asked as he looked at Yuxing. Right now, the power of the devil abyss is still relatively weak. Every day, the devil abyss will send down a catastrophe from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. 49 days means 49 catastrophes. Together they form a catastrophe of samsara. Yuxing spoke with a low voice. He seemed to lack confidence. Even Yuxing, who was so powerful, did not think he could survive this catastrophe of samsara. So what? Futian said as he stared at Yuxing. We have been through many life and death situations. We walked through the cycle of reincarnation. Now, we stand at the peak of the cultivation world. We are only a step away from reaching the highest level. Even if the catastrophe of the heavenly path can destroy everyone, it will not destroy you and me. Don't you forget about Godfather's words. Yuxing raised his head and looked at Futian. Their eyes met, and they said in unison, Born to be emperors. Existences who were born to be emperors were destined to be able to withstand all tribulations. Even the devil abyss could not do anything to them. As they said this, divine light flowed over Futian's body. The light of Buddha burned brightly and was unmovable. Before the demon god palace, a jet-black figure appeared. He appeared ethereal and did not seem to be the figure's true body. This illusory figure bowed in the direction of the demon god palace. Then, the doors opened. The illusory figure walked in and headed straight towards the god's seat. The god's seat appeared somewhat blurry. This place was the seat of the highest authority in the devil world. The most powerful existence and the most authoritative figure of the devil world was seated here. He sat high and mighty as he was worshipped by the members of the devil world. The illusory figure kept approaching. He could already see the god's seat. To everyone's surprise, an ordinary elder was seated on the god's seat instead of the peerless, domineering devil emperor like what one would imagine. The elder was crouched over, and his aura appeared somewhat feeble. He was even coughing. The elder on the god's seat seemed frail and ordinary. He did not resemble a peerless demon. Your Highness, greeted the illusory figure as he bowed. Even though the elder appeared this way, the figure was still pious and respectful. He did not dare to dally. How are things? Asked the elder. Half of the North Cliff region has been conquered. The Divine Prefecture has sent their armies to provide aid. Dongwang Diyuan is personally supervising the battle. She intends to intercept the advance of our armies, the illusory figure reported. The daughter of Dongwang the Great! Exclaimed the old man as he raised his head and stared into the distance. Suddenly, his gaze turned sharp, and he ordered, Here's a mission for you. Capture the daughter of Dongwang the Great and bring her to the Devil Imperial Palace. Sacrifice anything if needed. Yes, Your Highness, said the illusory figure as he bowed. Dismissed. The Devil Emperor's voice turned weak again. Your Highness. Worried, the illusory figure looked at the Devil Emperor. I'm fine. The Devil Emperor waved his hand and said, The power of the Devil Abyss is growing stronger and stronger. The prophecy from the world of Buddhism is right. Huge changes are about to happen. Chapter 26:10 The Punishment of the Heavenly Path? On the demon-slaying platform, Futian and Yuxing were both locked in place by the clasps. From the Devil Abyss above, destructive currents continuously flowed down along the stone pillar and drizzled on them. Even the currents alone were difficult to deal with. Both Futian and Yuxing turned serious as they were withstanding it. Yuxing was garbed in demonic armor while Futian was surrounded by divine light. The light of Buddha shone brilliantly and relentlessly cancelled out the power surging into Futian's body. Futian could sense many different colors mixed in the power which was charging into his body. There was crimson destructive power, purple light of catastrophe, and dark corrosive power. It was as though all forms of destructive power in the world surged into his body at the same time. Not only could the power destroy and corrode his flesh, but it could also cause significant damage to his spiritual soul. The light of Buddha contained strong purifying power. At the same time, the aura of the world tree circulated in his body. The inside of his body seemed to transform into a tree with a rich aura of life. This aura even overflowed towards Yuxing's body. There's no need to help me, Yuxing said. I can handle this. All right. Futian did not insist on helping Yuxing. He retracted the aura and focused on withstanding the catastrophe. Yuxing had been in the Devil world for so many years, and he received personal guidance from the Devil Emperor. Surely, he would have many formidable tricks up his sleeve. The Devil Emperor trained Yuxing, intending to make him the successor of the Devil world. Since the former wanted Yuxing to lead the troops of the Devil world, he would surely give his all when teaching him. Therefore, Yuxing's ability went without saying. This power is but a foretaste. The catastrophe that will descend from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. contains the destructive powers combined from all the previous attacks. It will pose a threat to us. Be careful, Yuxing warned. He raised his head to look at the sky and said, It's coming soon. Futian nodded as he got ready to face the catastrophe. In the sky, a terrifying power was brewing deep within the Devil Abyss. It was like a pair of eyes. Its might was shocking. Crimson clouds of catastrophe, purple thunder raid, and dark demonic light. They coalesced as they were produced, forming an unparalleled might above the heads of Futian and Yuxing. Futian sensed everything quietly. This power seemed to be the most rudimentary catastrophe of the heavenly path. Futian felt that the aura emanating from it was somewhat familiar. It was similar to a type of power. However, he could not pinpoint exactly which part was familiar to him. This catastrophe was more menacing than the divine tribulations that he had experienced before. Naturally, its aura was also stronger than that of the divine tribulations he witnessed others going through. The catastrophes that he experienced were unique, to begin with. The punishment of the heavenly path! Exclaimed Futian internally. The Devil Abyss was a prison designed by the heavenly path for heinous sinners. Therefore, the catastrophes of the Devil Abyss were the punishments for the sinners. What exactly was the heavenly path? Did the heavenly path have its own conscience during ancient times? If that was the case, why did it collapse? For Futian, all these were still mysteries that were out of his reach currently. However, he was slowly coming in contact with some truths of the world. For example, he had already figured out the identity of Godfather, the background of Yuxing, and the cause of Emperor Yiqing's death. He could already come in contact with things that happened in the past. When his cultivation reached a certain state, he would naturally get the answers he sought. If he became an emperor, all the secrets in the world would become known to him. Horrifying light of destruction descended from the eyes of the Devil Abyss. It actually transformed into crimson swords of catastrophe. Then they charged downwards, heading straight towards Futian and Yuxing. Rumble. Yu Xing and Yi Futian's bodies were unparalleled. Their divine body and demonic figure roared and rumbled. Frightening crimson swords of destruction shot straight down and pierced through them. It seemed as though no power on earth could withstand its might. Sizzle. Destructive power rampaged in their bodies. Yi Futian felt a destructive divine sword stab through his body. It was destroying all the power within him. Assuming that his body had become the divine tree and his limbs were the branches, the swords of destruction were frenziedly destroying the ancient tree and branches, shattering them into pieces. Yi Futian felt his bones and muscles tearing apart. His limbs were attacked by the destructive power, and his organs were also destroyed. The terrifying power caused Yi Futian to instantly collapse and feel weak. His body lost strength, but he was tied up in chains. He could not even collapse to the ground. Huff! Yi Futian exhaled a long breath. He felt extreme pain. What was even more frightening was that the destructive power from before continued to eat away at him after the attack. It seemed to want to completely consume him, not leaving behind even a scrap. The punishment of the heavenly path. A thought surfaced in Yi Futian's mind. This power was too terrifying. Even a person as strong as him was already reduced to this, yet alone others. If the Devil Emperor had not suppressed the Devil Abyss, what would the Devil World be like? What sort of pain would the members of the Devil World need to suffer? Was the Devil Abyss of the Devil World really just a prison of the heavenly path that had remained until now? The catastrophe dissipated. The power of life circulated in Yi Futian's body and repaired his injured parts. After he regained a bit of energy, he raised his head to look over towards Yu Xing. Yu Xing was not better off than him. Yu Xing was also suffering from agonizing pain. His body drooped from the clasp lifelessly. If the clasp were not holding him in place, he would be flat on his stomach. "Are you all right?" asked Yi Futian. His voice sounded hoarse, as though he was out of breath. "I'm fine," replied Yu Xing with his head down. "Okay." Yi Futian did not say any more. He closed his eyes and began to heal his injuries quietly. His recovery ability had always been very powerful. He hoped that before 11 p.m. tomorrow, his body would be back in peak condition. On the demon-slaying platform, it was exceptionally quiet. Only the Devil Abyss in the sky was still constantly generating destructive energy. After a long while, Yi Futian was gradually able to withstand the corrosion of the destructive power. He had also recovered much of his strength. Once again, he raised his head and looked at Yu Xing. Yi Futian appeared somewhat pathetic, and his hair was disheveled. However, he revealed a smile and said, "This catastrophe is more useful than the divine tribulation of the Great Path in tempering the body and spirit." "You sure are daring to imagine such things," Yu Xing replied with his head lowered. His hair covered his face. "Why wouldn't I dare to do so?" asked Yi Futian. "What doesn't kill us makes us stronger. It is the same for the Devil Abyss." Yu Xing clenched his fists tightly, causing the chains to clank. What didn't kill them would only make them stronger. His demon form would be refined once again by these 49 catastrophes. In the distance, a figure stood in the space above the demon god palace. His eyes pierced through space and looked in the direction of the demon-slaying platform. Everything that happened on the platform was under his surveillance. "This is only the beginning," the silhouette said in a low voice. There were 49 catastrophes. This was merely the first. He wanted to see how many catastrophes they could withstand and whether they would manage to survive all of them. If they could truly withstand 49 catastrophes, they would indeed become more powerful. Could they pull it off? The days slowly passed. On the demon-slaying platform, Yi Futian and Yu Xing experienced life-or-death struggles every day. Chapter 26:11 A Respectable Opponent. Yi Futian and Yu Xing had been suffering on the demon-slaying platform for a whole month. On the demon-slaying platform, they looked exhausted, their clothes in tatters. Yi Futian became like Yu Xing. His hair was disheveled, his face was pale, and his body was covered in injuries. Even though Yi Futian had rapid recovery speed, the power of the Devil Abyss invaded him constantly, causing him not to have a chance to recover fully. As days passed, both his flesh and his spiritual soul became more and more tired. The reason they could still hang on was that both he and Yu Xing were monstrous existences with powerful abilities. If others were here instead, they would most likely have already died on this platform. Nobody had ever left the demon-slaying platform alive. Just when the two of them were being tormented on the platform, a shocking occurrence took place in the Devil Imperial Palace, causing all the cultivators of the Devil Imperial Palace to be very excited. When the troops of the Devil World were fighting against the troops of the Divine Prefecture, Demon Sage captured Donghuan Diyuan, the princess of the Divine Prefecture, and the only daughter of Dongwang the Great. Moreover, he brought her to the Devil World. Everyone in the Devil Imperial Palace was thrilled by this incident. Right then, in front of the Demon God Palace, the silhouette of Dongwang Diyuan appeared. Behind her, there stood several other cultivators who were all devil overlords. Among them, there was Demon Sage, a protector, and a devil general, who was also the top general at that. It was apparent how much importance was placed on Dongwang Diyuan. Capturing her this time was no easy feat. The gates of the Demon God Palace opened, and a voice called out from inside. "Enter." Dongwang Diyuan glanced inside. The look in her eyes appeared exceptionally calm, not showing any signs of panic due to her capture. Dongwang Diyuan stepped forward. Her red dress fluttered in the wind with peerless elegance. The few demonic cultivators did not follow her. Instead, they waited outside. Dongwang Diyuan entered the Demon God Palace. Her gaze turned towards the elder on the divine throne. She bowed and said, "Greetings, Devil Emperor. I am Dongwang Diyuan. As expected of the daughter of Dongwang. You actually show no fear after seeing me," commented the Devil Emperor, as he looked at Dongwang Diyuan. However, he did not release any pressure. As the dignified Devil Emperor, he naturally did not need to bully the daughter of Dongwang. "Are you not afraid of me?" he asked. Dongwang Diyuan replied, "I have heard Father mentioning Your Highness many times. Your Highness is an unparalleled figure. Father once said that among all the emperors, he respects you the most. Hence, I have always respected Your Highness instead of being afraid of you." The old man scoffed. "I did not expect the daughter of Dongwang to flatter me. But do you think that I will let you go because of your sweet words?" Dongwang Diyuan said, "Even though I am just a junior, I am the princess of the Divine Prefecture. I will not resort to lies. Father has indeed told me about you before. Human ancestor has been a benevolent great emperor since ancient times. The Buddha is a merciful great emperor who has compassion towards all living beings. Father dislikes the evil emperor because he is temperamental. Father also looks down on the leader of the Dark Court. As for Your Highness, you draw a clear line between your likes and dislikes, and you stay true to your heart. Father respects you the most. I draw a clear line between my likes and dislikes, and I stay true to my heart?" The Devil Emperor burst into laughter as he repeated her words. "Donghuang's opinion about me is interesting. When the troops of the Devil World invade the Divine Prefecture, the demons will descend upon the world, and the catastrophes of the Devil Abyss will sweep over all the lands. I wonder, will Dongwang still respect me then?" Dongwang Diyuan replied, "Father said that both Your Highness and him have beliefs that you want to protect. There is no right or wrong, there is only success or failure." The old man's gaze was fixed on Dongwang Diyuan, seemingly wanting to see through her. He smiled and continued, "Why didn't Dongwang show up when my men captured you?" According to their agreement, by right, the great emperors would not be involved in the war between the two troops. However, the person that Demon Sage had captured was Dongwang Diyuan. She was the only daughter of Dongwang the Great, after all. If Dongwang the Great had intervened, it would be impossible for Demon Sage to bring Dongwang Diyuan to the Demon God Palace. Dongwang Diyuan said, "Your Highness, I admire you to begin with. There's nothing wrong with me coming here to pay you a visit. Moreover, Father knows that you will not harm me." The Devil Emperor mocked. "You are rather confident. Prior to you, another person thought the same about me. He is currently on the demon-slaying platform beneath the Devil Abyss." "Who is he?" asked Dongwang Diyuan. "Let me show you," said the elder as he got up. With a shift of his will, both of them immediately disappeared from the demon god palace and appeared in the sky above the demon-slaying platform. Up ahead, the destructive power of the devil abyss kept flowing down nonstop. Yu Xing and Yi Futian were chained on the demon-slaying platform. They were exhausted, but they were still trying hard to recover. "Do you recognize these two figures?" the Devil Emperor asked Dong Wang Diyuan. "I do," she replied. "Do they have any connections to you?" the Devil Emperor continued asking. "It is all in the past. Father has put it all behind him," said Dong Wang Diyuan. "Doesn't Dong Wang feel guilty?" the Devil Emperor asked as he looked at her. He was somewhat curious. "Legitimacy belongs to the victors. When we were in the original realm last time, Father had promised not to touch him for old time's sake," replied Dong Wang Diyuan. Her expression was calm as usual, not revealing any emotion. "That means that he is the orphan of Emperor Yi Qing?" asked the Devil Emperor, as he looked Dong Wang Diyuan in the eye. "Your Highness, you already know the answer? Why bother asking me?" replied Dong Wang Diyuan. The Devil Emperor smiled. He turned his gaze towards Yi Futian. He still had his doubts. Back when Dong Wang the Great killed Emperor Yi Qing, he had been very thorough. Countless people and demonic beasts lost their lives. That storm was still fresh in the memories of the members of the various worlds. How could Emperor Yi Qing have possibly left behind an orphan? Had his brother taken the child away? Then, where was his brother now? "I placed them on the demon-slaying platform to withstand the catastrophe of samsara. They seem to be at their limits now. However, there are still around 20 days left. Since Dong Wang was so merciful to them and could not bring himself to kill them, why don't I resolve this future trouble for Dong Wang?" asked the Devil Emperor. "I am not qualified to interfere in your Highness' affairs," replied Dong Wang Diyuan. "Speaking of which, I don't really want to kill him. If the two of them become emperors in the future, they will certainly head over to Dong Wang Imperial Palace to seek out your father and settle the grudge. I wonder what will happen then. Your Highness, do you think that father is concerned about these two juniors?" Dong Wang Diyuan retorted as she looked at the Devil Emperor. The Devil Emperor grinned when he heard her words. He admitted, "Even I have to admire Dong Wang for his ability. I wonder whether he has improved after more than 400 years of training." As he said this, he turned to Dong Wang Diyuan and challenged. "If I attacked you, Dong Wang would most likely come to the Devil Imperial Palace to meet me personally, right?" The Devil Emperor was certain about this. Dong Wang was rather confident. He actually did not make any move after his only daughter was captured. Was he so sure that the Devil Emperor would not harm Dong Wang Diyuan? Of course, the Devil Emperor was well aware that if he really attacked her, Dong Wang the Great would definitely directly descend upon the Devil Imperial Palace from the Divine Prefecture. Seeing that Dong Wang Diyuan refused to answer his question, the Devil Emperor ordered, "You will stay here and watch whether the two of them will perish under the catastrophes." After he issued the order, he vanished and left Dong Wang Diyuan behind. The Devil Emperor disappeared from the sky and returned to his throne in the Demon God Palace. He gazed into the distance. His eyes were menacing as he was immersed in his thoughts. In the past, the two emperors in the Divine Prefecture turned against each other, and Dong Wang the Great killed Emperor Yi Qing and the subordinates of the latter. Countless people, including many top cultivators, died tragically. The forces of the Divine Prefecture were significantly weakened following the death of Emperor Yi Qing. Then Dong Wang the Great wiped out everything that was related to Emperor Yi Qing. Nobody in the Divine Prefecture dared to mention the latter's name. It was as though he had never existed. This shocking event was witnessed by everyone, including the few great emperors from other major worlds. After Emperor Yi Qing died, the few parties came to a consensus, and peace was restored. Despite that, the Devil Emperor still had his doubts. After all, Dong Wang was not an ordinary figure. Dong Wang Diyuan claimed that her father had great respect for him. That being said, among all the remaining great emperors, the person that the Devil Emperor respected the most was actually Dong Wang as well. Dong Wang was unfathomable. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.